The Buffalo Bills have made a change at head coach. Sean McDermott is out after 9 seasons. And in those years, McDermott did end the Bills' playoff drought in year number 1. He won 5 AFC East titles and made the playoffs in all but 1 year. However, the team never made a Super Bowl, let alone win one, in his tenure. The Bills are keeping general manager Brandon Beane, who is not only going to stay on as GM and lead the search for the next Bills head coach, he will also now be serving as president of football operations along with being the team's general manager. And for more on this, we do have a piece up at our website, WGR550.com. And do stay tuned. Coming up at 5 o'clock, Sal Capaccio will join the show. And with this, there are now 8 head coaching openings in the NFL following the hirings with the Falcons and the Giants. In other NFL news, Seahawks running back Zach Charbonnet is going to miss the remainder of the season with a torn ACL, and the Lions do have their offensive coordinator Drew Pietzig, who was formerly the Cardinals' offensive coordinator, serving from 2023 until the end of this season. Sabres are also in action today. It's an early afternoon game currently underway. It is 1-1 late in the second. You can listen to the rest of that game over on our sister station, The Bet 1520. And then there are also 9 other games in the NHL. Some notables coming up at 4. Colorado hosts Washington. 6 p.m. San Jose is in Florida versus the Panthers. 9:30 the Maple Leafs have the Wild in town. And then 2 games at 10 to wrap up your evening. Vancouver hosting the Islanders and the Rangers. They are out west to take on the Ducks. And then in other football news, coming up at 7:30, the College Football National Championship. Indiana looks to complete the undefeated season and capture their first national title, while Miami looks to return to national prominence and win their first title since 2001 and 6th overall. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Mike Schopp and the Bulldog.
The Denver Broncos take the AFC divisional playoff 33-30, and another season ends in disappointment for Buffalo.
The Buffalo Bills made the decision to move on from Sean McDermott. We talked about it. It's been going around in league circles, the fact that this could happen. It is official. They informed him this morning.
I understand the move. I think the world of Sean McDermott. He's a great coach. But when you go into a season that has the second easiest schedule in the NFL, which is what the Bills had this year, you don't have Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, or Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs. If you had given that scenario to Bills fans, you would have had them all booking their tickets to Santa Clara, saying, we are getting to the Super Bowl. They don't get there because of that. I understand the move.
It's Mike Schopp and the Bulldog.
It is an all-time opportunity. The quarterback, the market to make history. You're immortal, and it's open. This is not the Falcons' job. It's not the Cardinals. It's not any of the jobs. This is the job right now if you want to win a Super Bowl, and it's wide open. It's incredible.
On WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hello. So long, Sean McDermott. It ends today. After 9 highly successful seasons. So much to say. 98-50. Would you have taken 50-50 from whoever was going to fill in for Rex Ryan 9 years ago? It got to a point where, to his and their credit, expectations rose so high that a second-round playoff loss just was not enough. I don't agree with whoever this was that said, like, we all would have assumed the Super Bowl. We talk about this every day. And even without, Lamar Jackson too, and Joe Burrow, but Mahomes going on the road was going to be hard. And because of today's news, I'm not sure how much time we'll spend on what happened Saturday. But an incredible back-and-forth game that was very winnable.
Yeah, the burden of explaining what's a catch and what's an interception and the officiating sort of has fallen by the wayside.
Fine. I won't miss it.
I wasted – there's a good lesson in here. Wasting time in the middle of the night when you can't sleep, thinking about how you want to say whatever it is you believe to be correct. Don't waste that time because I'm never going to need to say any of it.
Are you shocked?
And I wasn't preparing to talk about Sean McDermott not being here. And yet, when I got up, that's what I was faced with. Yes. Yeah, I'm stunned. Stunned might be a little too strong. I mean, I didn't think it was warranted. I wasn't calling for it. But I think I did say on Saturday night, like, I'm open to having every conversation. I think they should have every conversation. Like, let's try to figure out what is keeping us from getting where we want to go. But I still don't think I would have expected this result from that.
Why do you think it happened?
I think it happened because I believe there has been friction between Bean and McDermott, and Bean walked out of the room. Like he won. And I thought all year, if you really listen to this show, I think a lot of our regular listeners who like us and like the show and respect how we do what we do would know. Sometimes you think you know which way the wind is blowing, and I thought the wind was blowing Brandon Bean out to sea and Sean McDermott to safety, and it turns out the opposite was true.
Well, that would be a particular question for the owner. Because when we've talked about McDermott more than Bean over the years, like what could happen? A season ends and, a certain faction of the fan base calls for McDermott to be let go or even Bean. And we tend to say, I think together, we tend to say like, maybe, but I don't really sense it. And there are times when I think it's the farthest thing away from what Terry Pegula would do. So maybe it was that one of them had to go. And I think coach is easier for an owner. This might not be what it was. Are they going to talk?
I don't know. I just asked you. I was confused yesterday because I was seeing a few reporters alluding to like talking to players at locker cleanout, but it did not feel like the big, heavy press that it usually is. I don't know. Maybe that's because it's a Sunday. So I spent a lot of the day yesterday thinking, is that all happening today? Like, are these guys going to all talk today? What? And so I asked you a little while ago, like, is there anything scheduled? I haven't heard anything about, Brandon Bean now would be the person, if not Pete Goelli and Terry Pegula, to talk about, this move they've made here, even, before they settle on who's going to replace Sean McDermott.
It needs to happen.
So I'm a little surprised that has not been announced yet, that there's not a, Wednesday or even tomorrow media or even today at 5:00. There's been nothing. I think that's kind of odd, I think, in a circumstance like this.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It's still pretty fresh. But, I mean, an owner in this situation can get, irrespective of relationships, still can get to a point where, like, okay, well, just like fans do. It's been 9 years. We come up short every time. Let's make a change. Mm-hmm. And then I think Pegula probably would, like a couple of friends have texted me this, like, why not Bean or why not both? And I don't know, like, I wouldn't expect Pegula to want to do both together because of what, the success they've had and what that entails. I think mostly it's what that entails is you're going out, whether it's Pete Goelli or someone whose name people know from football, maybe better, somebody to sort of run a process, and then you get to a GM and a coach and you sort of build it from the top down. And it doesn't really surprise me that he wouldn't opt for that because this is safer for him.
Sure, a move on Bean might have meant like a whole new structure to player personnel, pro scouting, college scout, like a lot of those guys, and women too, a lot of the people in those jobs might go somewhere with Bean or just be out because Bean is out.
And it makes coach
and maybe
different.
Restructuring that is too much, whereas coach, you're also going to have that, but a new coach coming in is going to have, I think it's easier to put the coaching staff together than it is a whole front office. At this time of the year especially.
Who wants to go to a situation as a manager where they're put with a coach, right? I mean, even if it's a little old-fashioned, it doesn't really work that way. It works the other way. So this is easier. Brandon, take it.
Tell me what we should do.
Just do it. Yeah, or just do it.
No.
Man, it goes like this sometimes. McDermott for all the years, the seasons end, and even like week to week, he's not everybody's perfect cup of tea, Like he's just not, whether it's the fact that he's not an offensive coach or there's, what the coach speaks stuff, a lot of cliches, whatever. I don't mean that to be negative toward him, but he's just not everybody's ideal for the head coach of this team. Yet, this is, it happens like this. This season ends in a year where I think maybe he got more credit for what they were as a team than ever. Like they did not have Hyde and Poyer playing every play and doing it all, and a prime Trey White and just Milan. Like they got old. It is some of the same names, but they were really challenged on defense. And their last win 8 days ago is a game where, even nationally, it was like, wow, what a great coaching job.
Right.
And that ends up being it. So there's that. There's so many different ways to look at this. I know for myself, you talk about like waking up in the morning. I was outside working with the snow. I was told in Grand Island we would not have snow.
Like ever or today?
Like this. But today was brutal, like impassable, white out. So I'm out there. I come inside and find out. Mm-hmm. And I wasn't thinking about this like happening today, but I wouldn't say I was shocked either. Somewhere between surprised and shocked. If shocked is 10 and surprised is like 6, I'm 8.
Yeah.
Like something eventually does break.
Yeah, I thought after Saturday something would happen. Even more significant than just, say, a new offensive coordinator. Like, I really thought it was possible, maybe even likely, one of these guys would be gone, if not both. But I really thought it would be Bean ahead of McDermott, just the way everything was laying out this season with the roster, with some of the narrative you're describing. And it wasn't just the playoff. It came to a head in the playoff game because it was one of only 4 games in the league, or however 6 games in the league last weekend. And so it got a lot more attention than a regular season game would get. And that's just how it is in the playoffs. Everything's enhanced and elevated. But I do want to say I respect wanting to do something. I am surprised that they chose this, but I respect that they, you can't just keep going and going and going. It's been a lot of people have been saying that you were like that last offseason.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Even though the script really didn't fit that scenario that I think you described as I recall it.
Pretty close.
It still is a situation where can you just live with continuing to go? And I would mention, and it sounds maybe foolish now, maybe I should pretend I never said it. I never thought they would do this before they moved into the new stadium. I thought McDermott had earned enough of Pegula's favor and trust as the coach of this team, as successful as they were, and even as wanting as you were for the next steps. I never thought that they would make a move like this before that happened, and it makes me want to respect it. Hopefully it is with, the right reasons and good reasons, and they can attract and really attract. I think they'll attract the right candidates, good candidates, great candidates. Whether they pick the right one or not, remains to be seen. We're not going to know that for, maybe a year or longer.
Well, yeah, I was starting to say about this morning, like coming inside and having to process this. I mean, Saturday night, I was at wit's end about doing this job after that loss and this season, because it's another one where you can do anything you want with it. If you want to blame coaching, you can. You can always do that. People always do that. You can blame the roster. Who's Brandon Cooks? Even what about it? Somebody else blames the refs, and then we just go, and Allen had turnovers, just go around and around and around. And you could hear it in my voice, or if not, or even my words on Saturday night. Like, I'm just dreading this reality. But separately, I did say before the season, I wanted to be somewhere interesting on what to do about this topic with McDermott. And I guess what I will say I won't be able to live with is losing in the playoffs again, giving up in the 30s. And it happened. And it happened against Denver, even. And it's just like, oh, okay, I guess I've already signed for this. You know, I guess I've already said it, that if they lose a playoff game they give up in the 30s on defense, and it's against Denver. Sorry to condescend, but still, it's not Kansas City. Like, I guess at some point you have to draw a line, and now I'm sitting there going, but these turnovers and the injuries and other things. I mean, they lose Trey White for one play, and it's a touchdown.
They lose the replacement safety, like their third-string safety, replace him with a fourth-string safety, and that's only a handful of plays, and that's a touchdown.
But you can't go on forever.
Yeah, when you said that Saturday night, I pushed back on it. Like, I'm not ready to hear that this is the defense's fault with all these giveaways. But still, I mean, it ended up that something had to give, and this is what gave. Yeah, the reason I think I said stunned at first and said maybe that's too strong is because yesterday, for me anyway, when I woke up and saw that McDermott, and this is probably just circumstantial. Tim Graham, for one, has written a piece that says, as of yesterday morning, he believed he was safe, according to sources. There was nothing that he thought was happening. So
who thought was happening?
McDermott, that he wasn't like I'm in trouble here.
Well, that's questionable.
But when I got up Sunday and learned that he had called the press box back from the plane or whatever the machinations of that were, like he needed to talk more about the Brandon Cooks play, I got a little worried for him. I like is he worried? Like why is he protesting this much? It turns out that's his last act as the Bills coach, is complaining about officiating, which I don't love for him. Mm-hmm. But there was a little bit, as much as I didn't think that this was in the wind, recognizing how he was acting, which to me was very much out of character. I shouldn't say that's wrong. I don't know this man and his entire ethos, but like as the Bills coach, I was surprised to hear him protesting that loudly, and a second time after his post-game appearance that we aired live on our show. That had me yesterday thinking, like, is something up? But then nothing happened yesterday, and I just wasn't expecting to wake up today and find out that this was what was going to happen.
No, myself either. If it's going to happen, sooner is better than later. I mean, just get on with it. You've got 8 continuing coaching vacancies in the league. You've got candidates, big names. And it's been a long time for us with this, but for as long as it lasts, there's you have to thread the needle on, especially when it's sort of the gravity of McDermott having been the coach of the team for so long, sort of analyzing and respecting that. And then also, okay, like the time is right now for replacing him, I guess. This is the sooner if you wait a week to ponder whether to do this, you've probably lost out on some of your options. So now it's also, it's can you believe it? And why did it happen? And should it have happened? And all those conversations and questions. And then it's also, okay, well,
who's on my list?
Who's next?
Right.
Who's next?
Right. And there is some timing to be considered there. Like Clint Kubiak, for example, is a name that's been already mentioned. I don't know how prominently. I just know I've seen it 3, 4, 5 times this afternoon since this news broke, and there's been more and more people offering opinions about it. He's the offensive coordinator for Seattle. They can't talk to him until they lose now. Or win. Right, if they lose next Sunday, then they can talk to him right after that. If they make the Super Bowl, they have to wait until after the Super Bowl. That's the way that works. Like, that window is now closed for coordinators that are still alive.
So here, this one candidate comes with his own set of, stratagem. Like, just do I want to wait or do I want to, move on? And I don't know. Like, some of that is who else is available.
Right.
A couple of the more obvious ideas are not ideas where I would feel like I have to succumb to them, to put it one way. That's Brian Daboll, that's Joe Brady, or, quote, Davis Webb. What? But, how much say does Allen have? And These are offensive names. Some are more familiar to us than others, but all have traces to the Bills, to say the least. I don't know. It's like this is all happening right now.
Yeah.
I mean, you have offensive names and offensive names with Bills ties. Then you have like a legends bracket if you want to go to like
Mike Tomlin. I don't think Mike McCarthy's exactly a legend, but whatever. He's won a Super Bowl. If they're after that, there is that category. There is guys who've won. Maybe not that recently, Tomlin and McCarthy both. You got to go back a long ways to find their Super Bowls, but they have done it. So if that's what you're interested in, you got those guys over there. You've got the names that have ties to the Bills, like you mentioned. Then the other bracket is, maybe up-and-coming offensive minds. Kubiak's on that list. The Rams passing game coordinator. I've seen that name. Is that Scheelhaus? I've seen that name a few different places, and that's the same boat as I just described with Clint Kubiak, the Seattle guy. They got to lose. And one of those guys will lose on Sunday, so you'll be able to talk to one of them if you want to, but not until after next weekend.
I don't have a favorite idea yet. Maybe this is all going to happen in the next 72 hours. I don't know. I don't have a favorite idea yet.
Yeah, I wonder if they did this with a clean slate,
mind, yeah.
or a name like somebody that they absolutely know. Like this, I know this guy will want. I like him. We like his style. I know he'll want to do this job, and we should want him to do it. Maybe that name is already out there in permanent marker on a chalkboard somewhere. At One Bills Drive. I don't know. Or if they're going in and they're going to conduct, like Tennessee has talked to every single candidate, it seems, that's been available through this process. Are the Bills going to do that? I mean, there's a couple of guys that are already, of course, off the list because they got hired heading into the weekend or on the weekend. Harbaugh finally got everything ironed out with the Giants and Stefanski with Atlanta. But the rest of the names are all still out there. Mike McDaniel is still out there. Dayball, who we've already mentioned, is still out there.
Mike McDaniel is such a fun idea for me, or fun or funny. I like him, so I'm not saying anything, sarcastic. But come on, no way do the Bills hire a coach that they have abused for the last several years.
I would think not.
Right? What you want? I think you go one of two ways. You go, this is our new Josh Allen coach. And the rest of it, we'll roll the dice. I mean, we'll do whatever it is. I mean, interesting to have Brandon Beane sort of captain this, but either we have we didn't have this with McDermott. We got close, but not really a coach where he and Allen can sort of like synchronize and hit the ground running. Either there's that, or there's like a sort of higher level of credibility, which is tough. I mean, you're talking about older names, and that would be, McDaniel is just as good as I think he is as an offensive coach. You can't. It's the Bills hiring Rex. They just destroyed it. Well, let's go get the guy that we. This is the opposite of that, actually. I'm realizing. Let's just go get a coach that we beat all the time. And I don't know, does that feel right now? How do you increase in credibility or gravitas moving to Mike McDaniel? I don't think you do. So what exactly do they want? Is there someone in mind? We just don't know these answers yet. What a day, though. Hail and farewell, Sean McDermott. I mean, 98-50. 98-50. 8 playoff wins. Bills history, here's all of it. Marv Levy, 11 playoff wins. Sean McDermott, 8. Lou Saban, 2. Chuck Knox, 1. 66 years. That's the whole list.
I say that's a little more than admirable.
That's the whole list. Admirable.
Yeah. That can be a word you stumble on.
I'm ready to talk about that.
Yeah.
Admirable. I mean, even if you spell it right. That's pathetic. For McDermott, after what's happened for almost a decade, admirable. It's like a breakup letter for someone you didn't really like. You are an admirable person. I didn't love you at all, but I admire you.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Bills. Wow. Who wrote it? That'll be the big one. Who wrote the Canuck letter? Who wrote this press release? Those are the big questions people are asking. All right, so Ken Clausen wrote the Canuck letter, by the way, before you ask me. Eric Wood at 4 and Sal Capaccio at 5. We'll look for your calls, and you may have them. 803-0550. It's day 1 of this. Day 0. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog, thanks for listening. Buffalo Football Monday. A new era begins. This is WGR. So long, Sean McDermott. It ends today. After 9 highly successful seasons. So much to say. 98-50. Would you have taken 50-50 from whoever was going to fill in for Rex Ryan 9 years ago? It got to a point where, to his and their credit, expectations rose so high that a second-round playoff loss just was not enough. I don't agree with whoever this was that said, like, we all would have assumed the Super Bowl. We talk about this every day. And even without, okay, Lamar Jackson too, and Joe Burrow, but Mahomes going on the road was going to be hard. And because of today's news, I'm not sure how much time we'll spend on what happened Saturday. But an incredible back-and-forth game that was very winnable.
Yeah, the burden of explaining what's a catch and what's an interception and the officiating sort of has fallen by the wayside.
Fine. I won't miss it.
I wasted – there's a good lesson in here. Wasting time in the middle of the night when you can't sleep, thinking about how you want to say whatever it is you believe to be correct. Don't waste that time because I'm never going to need to say any of it.
Are you shocked?
And I wasn't preparing to talk about Sean McDermott not being here. And yet, when I got up, that's what I was faced with. Yes. Yeah. I'm stunned. Stunned might be a little too strong. I mean, I didn't think it was warranted. I wasn't calling for it. But I think I did say on Saturday night, like, I'm open to having every conversation. I think they should have every conversation. Like, let's try to figure out what is keeping us from getting where we want to go. But I still don't think I would have expected this result from that.
Why do you think it happened?
I think it happened because I believe there has been friction between Bean and McDermott, and Bean walked out of the room. Like he won. And I thought all year, if you really listen to this show, I think a lot of our regular listeners who like us and like the show and respect how we do what we do would know. sometimes you think you know which way the wind is blowing. And I thought the wind was blowing Brandon Beane out to sea and Sean McDermott to safety. And it turns out the opposite was true.
Well, that would be a particular question for the owner. Because when we've talked about McDermott more than Beane over the years, like what could happen? A season ends and, a certain faction of the fan base calls for McDermott to be let go or even Beane. And we tend to say, I think together, we tend to say like, maybe, but I don't really sense it. And there are times when I think it's the farthest thing away from what Terry Pegula would do. So maybe it was that one of them had to go. And I think coach is easier for an owner. This might not be what it was. Are they going to talk?
I don't know. I just asked you. I was confused yesterday because I was seeing a few reporters alluding to like talking to players at locker cleanout, but it did not feel like the big heavy press that it usually is. I don't know, maybe that's because it's a Sunday. So I spent a lot of the day yesterday thinking, is that all happening today? Like, are these guys going to all talk today? What? And so I asked you a little while ago, like, is there anything scheduled? I haven't.
This is a great job. Starting in 2020 until today, they're second in the NFL in wins, first in points per game, first in point differential. A lot of it's Josh Allen. Maybe most of it's Josh Allen. You can't go Mike McCarthy. His teams, like McDermott, feel like they're not quite buttoned up. They shrink in the playoffs. More of the same. Jeff Hafley, Jesse Minter, great defensive coordinators, but we want to go with a defensive coach. In my opinion, Brian Daboll won a playoff game with Daniel Jones, former offensive coordinator that really took Josh Allen to the next level.
Colin Cowherd, I'm sorry. Great defensive coordinators. It's like listening to Troy Aikman talk about obscure third-string corners who he thinks have had a great season. Remember the time we were watching Francesa? And he was setting up a U.S. Open. He's like, oh, Medina, great track. Like, what does he know about that? Someone just, like, come on, really? You're going to break down Jeff Hafley for me, Colin Cowherd? Anyway, there's a lot of names. It just happened this morning. Sean McDermott out. It's the first time in my career, and I'm thinking yours, unless you want to consider when Marv Levy retired, that no offense, by the way, I didn't mean that as a shot. That like the Bills' job would be considered a great job because it never was like that.
Right.
All the years post Wade, post Wade, like just when has it ever been a coveted job? Is it? I mean, okay.
I mean, I think it almost has to be with. It's not might not be perfect. It depends on what you might think about how this all went down or whether you think, but somebody always gets fired for you to have a shot at a job. So you can only get so far into the weeds worrying about the politics of it. But, you want to have your eyes open to that, I think. But, and the cap maybe isn't great. In the last few drafts, there's not a bunch of stars all over the roster, but you do have Allen. So if you're an offensive-minded coach, then you should be able to make some bones with him as your guy, and then that's the most appealing thing about it. I think easily is Allen. I don't know that the rest of it is super appealing, cap-wise, roster-wise. I mean, we've heard a lot. You're hearing more today from people that are surprised about this being the move they made about the roster and just how not loaded with talent it is. So there is that to be considered.
I mean, it's a coaching job, not a GM job or hire, but you're coming in under Beane. You're coming in under Allen, I think. I think you kind of work for him. Depending on who it is, we'll see. Day zero. 803-0550. Here's Matt with us. Hi, Matt.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
So I was shocked this morning and pretty disappointed when McDermott was fired, and what even made me more disappointed was Beane staying on. I mean, at what point do we have to really clean house with the decisions he's made, the way he talks about us fans, talking about fantasy football, going on Pat McAfee, talking about how great he is, criticizing your colleague Jeremy for the receiver stuff? Like, At what point do we really accept that McDermott was hamstrung by the roster being built for him?
At what point? I mean, it's for the annals. I want to say in Bean's defense, that was 9 months ago. And it's not like there's been a steady drumbeat of Brandon Bean ripping fans or boasting or anything. There was a phase, and then it was the season, and there has been none of it. McDermott, when, it's a while ago, but he had I was involved in one of them. He had his battles that he tried to, kind of boss you around, and he may be mellowed, but I don't want to assume that the Bean is too obstinate to be able to function here. But I do think the caller is going to be like a lot of callers right now, a lot of fans right now, which is like, what makes you different than McDermott? What did you do that was better or even the same as McDermott over these? What did you accomplish? I think Bean has it tough. I think he's got a couple of years to win, but I think it's going to be loud. I think I'm not going to, I haven't been ever already. I'm not going to completely just judge him by that one episode because it was somewhat out of character at the draft with us in the morning. But it happened, and we said throughout the season, people would refer to it all the time.
Yep.
And, there are lots of fans who just don't think he's done that good of a job. So now he gets to do it without Sean. And coming out sort of the victor, if you will, in this whatever struggle it was. And I think McDermott was somebody who went from being criticized after these playoff losses. How good is he really? What does he have to do with the offense? All these different points to a martyr.
Yeah. Yeah, even the and that could be the same people. Some of the same people could feel that way. You've been after McDermott since 13 seconds, say, right? And intermittently calling us to make the point how they're never going to win. And you think about Nick Costa saying 5 years, same quarterback, same coach, all the different things you've heard that would be in the McDermott is going to be a problem column. But as this year went on, maybe starting with Bean calling, doing that hit with our morning show, and from there, just seeing how the roster was handled, even to Darius Slay late in the year and Brandon Cooks being claimed, and all of it might have gotten you to maybe I've been targeting the wrong guy. Now, if you were even starting to think that, he becomes a sympathetic figure in this, and Bean is the implement of his removal. And so there's even more heat on Brandon Bean. I'm sure he'll tell you he welcomes it because, there's high stakes and all that. But I think what Bean did last spring sort of elevated his status as a target of ire. Yep. And now I think it's going to be even higher. So go win. Hire the coach and show us how you're going to make this better.
Gary's next. Hi, Gary.
Hey, guys. How y'all doing?
All right. Thank you.
I'm stunned. I really am. I would have fired Bean over McDermott. McDermott set the culture. He brought us out of the 17-year drought. And look at his winning percentage. Andy Reid didn't win a lot for many years. Billy. Now look at him. I believe McDermott would have figured it out.
Thanks, Gary. You're tough to hear, but yeah, he won a lot of games, 98-50. Matt's next. Hi, Matt.
Hey, guys. I was calling because, number one, I appreciate everything, like the last caller just said, appreciate everything Sean McDermott did. Definitely going to miss him. I just don't understand when you look at the Ingram situation, signing 2 suspended players. I know he said he didn't know they were suspended when he signed them, but still.
One of them.
Samuel Palmer contracts, at not getting guys at the trade deadline. You keep being fine, but why is he getting a promotion today on top of it? I strongly think it was the wrong decision to, let go of McDermott and keep Bean. But the fact that on top of it, he's going to get a promotion, that doesn't sit well with me. Thanks.
I think the promotion is more just on paper, like it is one, but I'm not taking that too literally or seriously. I mean, since this all started, it's Bulldog's voice in my head, like that McDermott is actually the guy in charge.
Right.
And so if there's any reality there that there might have been, when you make this change, you just want to make it that much clearer that Bean is the one who's going to drive this. So Maybe it's a promotion. It's a different title. Maybe it's more money. I don't know. It's all kind of the same thing.
I think it might be in part to publicly say, from Terry Pegula's standpoint, like, I'm not doing this. I did this. I made the moves, but these people are going to do this. He's the president of football operations. He's in charge. I'm just here to sign checks. Maybe because his reputation is not the best when it comes to hiring and firing people for his sports teams. I mean, he hasn't had to do much of it with the Bills. Really, the hiring he did was this one. Rex was first, but he struck gold here, or at least silver. I mean, I don't know. Gold, maybe it's the Super Bowl, and they didn't get there. But on the hockey side of things, they had been spinning their wheels for a decade and a half, hiring and firing people. So I could see them wanting to, as an organization, prop Bean up with more titles to give you some comfort, like at least a football guy is going to be in charge of this.
Does any part of you think the Sabres are relevant into the calculus of this move? Last year, other conversations we've had about McDermott after playoff losses, the Sabres are so far gone, their seasons are over. Like, does he want to just go rudderless on both teams? Now he's got a Sabres team that's kind of rolling. Down 2-1 today, by the way, in the third, but right in the game. Anyway, got a Sabres team that's sort of out of the woods. And is it at all relevant to you that this is the reality?
I don't think I'm ready to connect them. No.
I can't.
But it is notable. Like, if this were to go badly, and the Sabres continue to go, they have the year that it looks like we're at least hoping at this point they can have, where it's just sort of they capture everyone's imagination, and who knows, maybe they finish second or third in the division if they keep winning, 10 out of every 13 games or however kind of streak they've been going on.
Let's go.
And then the Bills thing, like, they've changed spot. Now the Bills are in the forest lost, and the Sabres are out here, like, eating sushi and enjoying, the sunlight for a change.
Look over there.
Right.
Everyone, I don't know. It really shouldn't work like that, but I wonder if it does. Here's Patrick next. Hi, Patrick.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
You're welcome.
First and foremost, I think the raw fact is that Josh Allen is the franchise. Not sure if he has been contacted to make any assessment of today's decision on Coach McDermott, but it'll be interesting to see how that plays out, not only with Josh and his reaction, how his reaction impacts the team, but also the reaction of the other players on the team. Secondly, my decision would have been to replace the general manager, keep Coach McDermott. Two statistics that I think jump out. One goes back to last year. The game against the Rams, Buffalo lost 44-42. If you score 42 points in an NFL game, you should be winning that game. Second statistic. Last year, Josh Allen, 14 sacks during the regular season. This year, I believe it was 40 or 41. What does that tell you about the nature of where the general manager should have been able to make assessments of players available to replace those that were injured or not performing?
Why can't that be coaching? Why can't either of those stats be attributed to coaching?
Why?
Yeah, you're talking about 44 points allowed to the Rams. I mean,
let's talk about offensive line coach. Okay, and from what I understand, he has quote retired.
Yeah, they had a good one that people thought was good, and then he's retiring. Right.
Yeah. Well, the coaching of the offensive line, evidently, as good as it may have been, wasn't good enough. And maybe that was due to the general manager not being able to get the personnel in.
But they had good personnel, Patrick. It's the same personnel as last year up front.
Then
it just
why
seems
wasn't it performing? Why wasn't it performing?
Well, you're trying to attribute it to the GM, and I'm just saying it's just as reasonable, if not more so, to attribute it to coaching, because isn't this a coaching issue? How is it that they give up one? You pick out one game from last year, and it's 44 points allowed. That's the GM. I mean, they won 14 games. So I don't know. I just don't understand really why that would be one thing and not the other necessarily. Thanks for your call. Eric Wood at 4, Mike Schopp and the Bulldog, WGR. Mike Schopp here for Paul Davis Restoration.
About any Brandon Beane now would be the person, if not Pete Goelli and Terry Pegula, to talk about this move they've made here, even before they settle on who's going to replace Sean McDermott.
It needs to happen.
So I'm a little surprised that has not been announced yet, that there's not a Wednesday or even tomorrow media, or even today at 5:00. There's been nothing. I think that's kind of odd, I think, in a circumstance like this.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It's still pretty fresh. But, I mean, an owner in this situation can get, irrespective of relationships, still can get to a point where, like, okay, well, just like fans do. It's been 9 years. We come up short every time. Let's make a change.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think Pegula probably would, like, a couple of friends have texted me this, like, why not Beane or why not both? And I don't know, like, I wouldn't expect Pegula to want to do both together because of what, the success they've had and what that entails. I think mostly it's what that entails, is you're going out, whether it's Pete Goelli or someone whose name people know from football, maybe better, somebody to sort of run a process. And then you get to a GM and a coach, and you sort of build it from the top down. And it doesn't really surprise me that he wouldn't opt for that, because this is safer for him.
Sure, a move on Beane might have meant like a whole new structure to player personnel, pro scouting, college scout, like a lot of those guys. And women too, a lot of the people in those jobs might go somewhere with Beane or just be out because Beane is out.
And it makes coach
and maybe
different.
Restructuring that is too much. Whereas coach, you're also going to have that, but a new coach coming in is going to have, I think it's easier to put the coaching staff together than it is a whole front office at this time of the year, especially.
Who wants to go to a situation as a manager where they're put with a coach? Right? I mean, even if it's a little old-fashioned, it doesn't really work that way. It works the other way. So this is easier. Brandon, take it.
Tell me what we should do.
Just do it. Yeah, or just do it.
No.
Man, it goes like this sometimes. McDermott, for all the years, the seasons end, and even like week to week, he's not everybody's perfect cup of tea, like he's just not, whether it's the fact that he's not an offensive coach or there's, what the coach speaks stuff, a lot of cliches, whatever. I don't mean that to be negative toward him, but he's just not everybody's ideal for the head coach of this team. Yet this is, it happens like this. This season ends in a year where I think maybe he got more credit for what they were as a team than ever. Like they did not have Hyde and Poyer playing every play and doing it all, and a prime Trey White and just Milano. Like they got old. It is some of the same names, but they were really challenged on defense. And their last win 8 days ago is a game where, like, even nationally, it was like, wow, what a great coaching job.
Right.
And that ends up being it. So there's that. There's so many different ways to look at this. I know for myself, you talk about like waking up in the morning. I was outside working with the snow. I was told in Grand Island we would not have snow.
Like ever or today?
Like this. But today was brutal, like impassable, whiteout. So I'm out there. I come inside and find out.
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't thinking about this like happening today. Firing news has us naturally focused on how that happened and why and who's next for the Bills. It also means that we can't sit here and rehash Saturday's game, which is maybe good. But the moment on the postgame show when you bust in with actually Bo Nix just broke his ankle. Oh my God, really?
Yeah.
Like just that's a new one for us.
Mm-hmm.
We've had our taken our beatings over the years, but the quarterback 2 plays before the game ended breaks his ankle and is out for the playoffs. Okay, well.
And now New England gets to go on the road and play them for a chance to go back to the Super Bowl. And that was a very tough watch yesterday with that on your mind as a fan.
It was tough watch in every way.
Very tough.
Yesterday. What's going on? What happened in that game? Like, how come Stroud was just like incompetent? And May wasn't good.
No, May put the ball on the ground 3 times himself.
That's what hurts when you lose. This is different this year. Like sort of watching, at least in the AFC playoffs. Give Denver credit for that win, I guess, right?
Sure, Knicks made, they put the ball in position to get calls, and they got calls.
The Bills didn't give them the game, really.
No, I don't think so at all.
It was 20.
That dude took it. That play on Cooks, the defender made a play.
Yeah.
So
it was 23-10. So it wasn't like the Bills just like had them and let it slip.
No.
You could say that later
or early. At 7-3 driving before Cook fumbled, I felt like, because I at the end of Friday's show, I'm like, I think they're going to beat this team and it's going to be comfortable. And 14-3 in the first quarter. They were on the 30-yard line, so I don't want to give them a touchdown, but still, ideal scenario, you were on your way to that, and then it just derailed from there. So yeah, a lot went wrong and a lot happened, and even still with it, I did not see this coming today.
Here's Sarah with us. Hi, Sarah.
Hey guys, how you doing today?
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for taking my call. My question, or maybe just wanted to get your thoughts, was, let me just start by saying I'm not neither sad or happy. I feel kind of indifferent about the firing of McDermott. I think most fans feel something had to happen or change. Kind of like when I ask my kids, what are you hungry for? And they don't know. I would say the same thing. I don't know what I felt needed to happen and change, right? I just knew something, right? My kids know they're hungry. I don't know what they want. I don't know as a fan that I could really say I want this or that to happen. I don't have a ton of football knowledge or know how the inside stuff works, but certainly I think all fans would say something needed to change. I think for me, and the question I have for you guys is, just my first reaction was to go to see what were players saying and reposting or putting on, X or Instagram, and what were my family and friends seeing and saying. And for me, the lens that I looked at was like, wow, the players, seemed a little more upset than I thought or shocked, which I guess is true, right? I don't think all the players are going to know in advance. But I think I was really shocked at the fan base, the love for McDermott, which I knew was there, but it's overwhelming more than I thought. And so my question or my comment really is, I'm just kind of interested in how the Bills organization is going to, I don't want to say spin this, but come to the table this week with reporters and seeing the fan base be a little like, whoa, this is shocking. Why wasn't it Bean? And it seems like Bean got a promotion. And I'm not against Bean or anything like that, but I think there's a lot of questions. And I'm not sure, maybe I'm wrong, that the Bills organization maybe was aware or considered the sort of aftershock, if you will, of the fan base and how vocal it seems like people are being today.
Well, that's a really interesting observation, and let's see how that goes. Because it's not a 180, but it is a pretty interesting change. Because McDermott is always the one who gets blamed after playoff losses. And this year maybe it would have been a little tougher He got criticism for not blitzing on one play after having had a lot of success through the game, bringing pressure, but still. And I'd like how you put it. How do the Bills essentially face the music with this move? I mean, there are people that think a coaching change was long overdue, but I wonder what Bean is prepared for. And Pagula by extension. This is going to be interesting. Thank you, Sarah. Eric Wood coming up next. It is Football Monday. Sean McDermott out. This is WGR.
McDermott is out after 9 years, and in those years, McDermott first started out by breaking the Bills' playoff drought, only missed the playoffs in one of his seasons and won 5 AFC East titles, but never made a Super Bowl, let alone win one. With this, though, the Bills are keeping general manager Brandon Beane. He is not only going to stay on as GM and lead the search for the Bills' next head coach, but will now also be serving as president of football operations. And for more on everything from today, we do a piece up at our website, WGR550.com. Also coming up in just about an hour, stay tuned. Sal Capaccio will join the show to get the latest on what comes next for the Bills as we enter the offseason. And with that, there are also now 8 head coaching openings in the NFL. 2 have been filled, though. It's the Falcons and the Giants. In other NFL news, Seahawks running back Zach Charbonnet is going to miss the remainder of the season with a torn ACL, and the Lions do have their offensive coordinator, Drew Pietzig, who was formerly the Cardinals OC from 2023 until the end of this season. Over to the Sabres, they had some early afternoon action. They are still going right now, just about a minute left in this game at Carolina. They are down 2-1. If you do want to listen to the rest of this game and the postgame, it's going to be over on our sister station, The Bet 1520. And then coming up at 7:30 tonight, College Football National Championship. Indiana looks to complete the undefeated season and capture their first national title, while Miami looks to return to national prominence and win their first title since 2001 and 6th overall. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Bill's season ends Saturday in Denver. Another overtime loss. Sean McDermott on the way out. No overtime wins since that Snow Bowl against Indianapolis pre-Josh Allen. And there are some famous ones. It wasn't like it was every game, but part of the story of this Bills era, to whatever extent it's complete after today's news, is how did they lose this game? And there's a little bit of that in the loss to Denver on Saturday. It wasn't like they had a big lead, but they definitely had looks at it. With us now on the West Her hotline is Eric Wood for the final time here in a while, putting a bow on the season. Eric, we didn't know, of course, that we'd have this McDermott news that came down this morning. How surprised are you?
I'm surprised. Anytime that, the season doesn't end with a Super Bowl, especially with the expectation you have for this team, this is a possibility. I just felt like I just honestly didn't see it coming. It startled me this morning when I got a notification on my phone pop up that Sean McDermott had been fired. And so, grateful for the opportunity to be able to play for him back in 2017, grateful for the effect that he had on this organization and the city and all the success we had under him. And, ultimately unable to get over the hump. And, we're going to hear that a lot. And there's going to be a lot of pressure on whoever comes in to be the next head coach to be able to deliver in the next few years and get to a Super Bowl at least.
I realize we're going to be doing, for now anyway, until we hear from the Bills, and even after that, some guessing about how this all went down. Eric, would you think that this was something that had to be on the mind of ownership heading into the playoffs? Maybe the failure to secure the 1 seed in a year where the Chiefs and the Ravens and everyone aren't there? Or do you think it's just a reaction to we lost again and something's got to change?
No, I would assume that it was on their mind. Now you go and win a Super Bowl, or maybe if you make it to the Super Bowl, maybe that changes everything. But I would assume it would have to be on your mind heading into the postseason or even heading into the season. If we can't get over the hump, if we can't get to a Super Bowl this year, then we got to make a switch. And, to me, I just don't think this was a, game ends. Okay, that determines it. And, for all intents and purposes, I thought Sean McDermott I thought he did a great job this year coaching and adapting to the type of personnel that they had on defense this year and adapting with all the injuries and different schemes. This is a Sean McDermott defense that generally kind of just does what they do. They play nickel defense. They rock and roll safeties to disguise coverages. They don't blitz a whole lot. Well, they completely flipped that philosophy for a lot of this year to be able to compete out there defensively, and I thought it was a great coaching job.
Yeah, that's one of the things that really stands out today, Eric. I mean, I can't pretend to know what goes through the mind of, say, McDermott's critics or even his harshest critics, but I felt like this was a year where maybe some of those people were reconsidering with the amount of credit. Even just last week, we talked about it today in our first hour together here, Eric, before you joined us now, about how, the game last week, McDermott got a lot of credit for what they did against Jacksonville and disguising coverages, and that was something that happened pretty frequently this year. So to have it happen now, after that, seems, I think that's maybe the most surprising thing about it to me.
Yeah, for sure. And I agree with you. And, if this happened after the 13-second game, I think you would have maybe a lot more fan support than you do. But ultimately, when you make decisions like this, you have to understand that you're going to upset a lot of people. But if you feel like this is the right move at the right time to be able to get this organization to win a Super Bowl, then you have to do it, and you can't look back, and you own it. And that's the responsibility of those, obviously, in leadership over at One Bills Drive.
Eric, I have to ask you, because you'll know how to answer this. In here, during the course of the season, some things McDermott has said about questions about the roster have led Bulldog or myself or others to wonder and to ponder whether or not there is discord between McDermott and Bean. I think for most of their tenure together, that isn't even sort of in the air. They're almost like a team, or a package deal. But this year, maybe you could say it sounded different. When you say you're surprised, I think maybe one's surprise to this might reflect on what they know about whether there's some discord here. And I didn't know anything. I would say I was surprised too. But sort of makes me wonder if there was a split. Can you speak to that at all?
I don't have any insider information on that. I saw the same and heard the same things that everybody else did, and social media runs with it. And I was keen to the comments made before the Jacksonville game where Sean praised the move for Jacoby Myers and the impact that had at the trade deadline, and whether that was a subtle jab or maybe not so subtle jab or not, we don't know that. And I don't know if we ever will, but, there's going to be rifts in any type of leadership, where you have two guys that are essentially answering to the owner. I don't know if you call them level playing field there. That's natural that it would happen. But from all indications that I have, those guys had a great working relationship. So I don't know is my final answer there. But I do know that for a long time, and I don't know right now, but for a long time they had a great relationship.
Would you expect that Josh Allen was asked about this before they made a move on it, or is he not deserving of that sort of, status?
Josh Allen's the most valuable asset in your organization. Now, he's under contract. He's going to be here regardless. But I would assume he was made aware of it beforehand. I don't know that he had any maybe if he, pounds the table to keep him, maybe it makes them reconsider. But, to me, I would assume he was notified beforehand, but probably not involved in the decision. And then, moving forward and who you hire, you're obviously going to have Josh Allen in mind, and having someone that can come in and maximize his strengths and maximize his potential for the rest of his career. But and maybe I'm kind of stuck on the Steve Biscotti press conference from a week ago where he was talking about John Harbaugh getting fired. It's like, let's let the experts handle the coaching hiring and all of that, and we'll have the quarterback in mind, but he's here to play quarterback, not be a front office leader.
So there are so many questions right now. I mean, with how the season ended, the game, this big news today, and then the roster, and part of the I would say, consternation from the fan base is like, well, what about the roster? Like, was this even a bad coaching job at all, given the drumbeat of what the Bills do not have in terms of weapons? Eric, like, where do you start with this team? There's not tons of cap room. Bean is staying on, so we don't have to wonder about someone new in the role. Like, you can't just – the thing about wide receiver is, I know it's over a long period of time, and the Bills seem to have felt like, and Bean has said it himself famously, that we think we're good there. But you can't just go take 3 elite wide receivers off other teams. Like, there's still a lot that has to work your way to be able to address that. I mean, there's age on defense. There has been this. There's more of it. Where would you want to attack here with the offseason?
Yeah, I mean, we've heard Brandon Beane say in the past, whatever gets you eliminated in the playoffs is, you know that your final game is likely going to show you what you need to address. This is another playoff exit where we have 0 sacks against the Broncos. And, to me, I understand that Oliver was hurt for a majority of the season. You lose Michael Hoyt. Those were going to be 2 big pieces. Joey Bosa deals with a wrist for a lot of the season, but finding ways to get after the quarterback, and maybe that's a new defensive coordinator that brings some different schemes and blitz packages that you don't necessarily have to go and invest a ton of money into the defensive line, but finding a way to more consistently get to the quarterback, especially come playoff time, because to me that's been our crux in the playoffs, is not being able to heat up these quarterbacks, especially late in games. And then offensively, I mean, when you look at it, I mean, just being real, finding better receiving options for Josh Allen out there, whether that's development of a Keon Coleman, whether that is, going out and drafting, whether it's free agency, a trade. But to your point, yeah, we're not just going out and saying, all right, give us Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase. Here we go. All right, we're good. It's not that easy. Now, we saw the Bills bring in Diggs through trade, and that might be something we look to do this offseason, where we go try to find a number 1 receiver, because, you look at some of the times that this season that the offense struggled, it was when teams were able to take away the running game. Kincaid generally was not available these games, so you lose another one of your receiving threats, and then just not a consistent go-to receiver that's going to make the big plays. And this isn't a knock on Brandon Cooks, because I thought for what he was brought in to do, he certainly made a major impact down the stretch for the Bills. But I don't know that he should be we shouldn't have been in a position per se to have to rely on him in those moments to make that catch or, get open in big moments.
Yeah, it's pretty stark to me that the last 2 passes of this game on Saturday were to Mecole Hardman and Brandon Cooks. I mean,
exactly.
That's tough. I mean, you have to address that in some meaningful way. And I wonder, there's so many questions, and we haven't learned yet when the Bills. I mean, I assume at some point they're going to talk and explain all this. I doubt it waits until they hire a new coach, but I guess it could, because that could take some time, especially if they're after coordinators that are still alive in the playoffs. I wonder how much the way the coaching staff and McDermott specifically handled and disciplined Keon Coleman this year was a problem. That's a pick that Beane was counting on developing, and I wonder if they disagreed about him being disciplined and not being given a chance to play in some of those games and maybe establish something so that they would have a more dependable player that had been rostered prior to, Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I wouldn't put a whole lot of stock into that. I mean, It certainly could be the case. My thoughts on that would be, if you're consistently late for NFL meetings, you're going to get benched, you're going to get disciplined, and I would assume that Beane was more disappointed in the player, or maybe even a position coach for not developing him or pouring into him, whatever that may be. But I think Beane and McDermott were likely lockstep in, look, I guess we take away his playing time, because if we can't rely on him, to make a meeting, how do we rely on him on the field? But I've said this before. It's hard to come late to meetings in the NFL. It's pretty difficult.
Yeah.
Because although the meetings, let's say they start at 8, generally most guys are getting the facility sometime between 5:30 and 6:30, depending on how much rehab you have, or if you're going to work out or you're going to get extra film in. you're going to eat breakfast before the meeting. I know Sean has lightened up over the years, but I know he's not letting you bring breakfast to that first meeting. And breakfast is mandatory during the season. And so, like, it's pretty difficult because you essentially have overslept through like 4 other things before that first meeting.
Plus, anybody who's ever been in that cafeteria would never miss an opportunity to go back out at the It's so nice.
Yeah, not those little boxes of Fruit Loops. There's good stuff there.
It's not the continental breakfast at your $89 a night hotel. A little better.
When the Pagulas took over, they sat down, me, Fred Jackson, and Kyle Williams, and asked us what kind of upgrades or what we needed and what would help us out. And we said, we've got to do something about the cafeteria. And they went over and above to where I would argue we probably have the best nutrition program in the league.
Very good. Eric Wood with us here on WGR. Sean McDermott fired this morning. The Bills lose in Denver in the divisional round on Saturday night. Eric, at the close of your broadcast, before we started with Postgame, you said words to the effect of, this call, this play, that play. When you live on the edge, this is what happens. When you fly too close to the sun, this is what happens. And this was what wasn't surprising to me at all was that they lost one of these games because you're talking about having to get there on the road against good defenses. And this is how the Bills have played most of the season, even early, week 1, quintessentially. But even in the games after that where they were double-digit favorites, they had to work for it. And that's almost every game, except the Jet games. That's every game on their schedule almost. So I have only so much sympathy for a call that you didn't agree with that was still close or something else. I mean, a bounce, you said it. And I will echo your sentiments the entire offseason because I just think this team made it too hard they weren't dominant enough. Say what you want, still very good season, but they weren't dominant enough to be able to overcome these kinds of circumstances.
Yeah, exactly. And look, that's now 12 games that Denver's won this year by 1 score or less. That requires some luck. It truly does. It requires some good bounces, some good calls. And if you want to avoid having to rely on maybe getting a call, because there's so many 50-50 calls throughout a football game, and they're going to happen towards the end of the game as well. If you want to avoid potentially being on the wrong end of it like we were on a few of them, you got to play cleaner football. You got to play with a 2-score lead at the end. You got to be in a better position late in those games, and we just weren't. And that's what happens when you turn the ball over 5 times and you only force 1 turnover. Analytically, it would say you have about a 1% chance of winning. Now, we got Josh Allen. This team has a ton of heart and resilience, and they fought back like that. You're just relying on those 50-50 calls to go your way, it's not a good recipe.
Yeah. Eric, recognizing that we're, only a few hours into a world where the Bills are searching for a new head coach, what are your initial thoughts as they begin this search? We've got, some names of passing game coordinator in L.A., the offensive coordinator in Seattle, the up-and-comer list that maybe a lot of fans generally don't have a ton of familiarity with. Then you've got kind of the legends bracket. Mike Tomlin is out there. Of course, John Harbaugh has taken a job. Stefanski's not a legend, but whatever. He took a job. Mike McCarthy is around. He's won a Super Bowl. You got to go back a long way for both he and Tomlin's Super Bowl, but there is a established Super Bowl winning column over there. Where do you think the Bills go shopping in all of that and decide what idea they like best, or do you think they have a specific plan in mind?
I would assume making this move, you have somebody in mind, or maybe a few guys that you want to hire or interview, and then make your decision from there. Nobody's going to call up from the Bills front office and ask my opinion, but my opinion on this would be, my preference would be to go out and get an offensive-minded head coach. And the reason I say that is because let's say we have 8 to 10 years left of Josh Allen in Buffalo. Who knows if it's longer or shorter? We don't know. Only God knows that. But if we got 8 to 10 years left and you hire a defensive-minded head coach and it works out, the offensive coordinator in 2 years is either going to get fired because he wasn't very good, or he's likely going to be a head coach because if he's good enough, Josh is going to make him look great. And then Josh now plays in 4 to 5 different offenses for the remainder of his career. And I've heard Tom Brady talk about this so often about how valuable it was for him to play in one system his whole career. And then he mastered that system and he knew every in and out of it. And, he knew at the snap of as soon as the play snapped, if something goofy happened with the coverage, unexpected, okay, I've got to throw this ball into the dirt, not take a sack because we're screwed because I've had this happen so many times. So to me, you're likely going out and looking for a great offensive mind that hopefully for the remainder of Josh's career, they work together, they master that offense, and you got one side of the ball handled.
Seems right. Who wins the Super Bowl, Eric?
Man, Seattle looks tough. Seattle looks really tough. I'll go with Seattle. How about you guys?
I mean, I think the Rams are kind of a coin flip for them. What a game last night, really. Like, just
I know
the Komet touchdown.
Yeah, you can feel the Bears a little bit. Like, the Bills, we often will say, like, you make these incredible plays. There was another hook and ladder in the Bills game Saturday, by the way. Third time this year they've successfully gotten out of jail with that play, and they didn't win any of the games.
Wow.
Like, that's the kind of play that you look at and go, like, oh, we got to win this game. That play to Komet at the end is the kind of play you win a game on. I mean, I know it only tied the score. They could have gone for 2 and won it, I guess, and chose not to. But, wow, like, that's got to hurt.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. I mean, that Caleb Williams play was awesome. But, yeah, I mean, honestly, just anybody but New England.
Yep.
Which they're likely going to – I thought the point spread would be bigger when it got released going against Denver with Bo Nix out, but it's like 5.5 or something. But I assumed it'd be at least a full touchdown with Jarrett Stidham starting at quarterback for the Broncos.
Were you even out of the booth yet by the time that Knicks news came down?
I was going to – where was I? I was exiting the stadium, and everybody was talking about it.
Yeah, we just found out during postgame, like, great.
Well, I wonder how much, if at all – we already covered this earlier, that it probably was something, at least in your opinion, that you might have been thinking about for a little while. I know me sitting on my couch yesterday watching New England play at home with the chance to then go play Denver without Bo Nix. Like, if the spots were flipped and the Bills had won the division and the 2 seed, and that's us playing at home, on the divisional round, and a chance to go do that, maybe the failure is not having a better season. I mean, they still won their 12 games, but I wonder if that, because I think a lot of Bills fans felt that way watching New England yesterday, like that was supposed to be us, not them this year.
It always is.
Yeah,
it always is, right?
No doubt. And you tip the cap to the Patriots for making the plays at the game in Orchard Park. I mean, Drake Bay, Diggs, they made some awesome plays to win that game. The Bills, of course, had, I believe, 3 turnovers in that game as well, but they made some plays down the stretch. You look at that Dolphins game down in Miami, that's the one where you're like, oh, that hurts. And that one cost you the division.
Eric, thanks for your time today and all season. Go get a break, I guess. Hopefully you will. I think you will. Sure. I can pretty much count on you for that. I think you're not grinding tape tonight.
No, I'm not going to be grinding tape. I had a bunch of media appearances today. I got some lined up for tomorrow, but I will not be grinding on the tape here tonight. I'm going to celebrate the rest of the kids being out of school with them.
Go touch some grass. Very good. Thanks for everything, Eric.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys. Always enjoy being on with you guys.
Another great season.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. That's Eric Wood. His appearances here on WGR on these Football Mondays brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. And by Northtown Kia, Western New York's #1 Kia dealer. Shop at northtownkia.com.
So what do you want to do about the roster in the offseason? I'm like, oh, yeah, that's a question right now, isn't it? We're there. Details from the game Saturday. Oh, yeah, you could ask those questions. What happened in that game? McDermott news, much above everything else today. 803-0550 is the number for your calls. We'll have Sal at 5. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here. It is Football Monday on WGR. but I wouldn't say I was shocked either. Somewhere between surprised and shocked. If shocked is 10 and surprised is like 6, I'm 8.
Yeah.
Like something eventually does break.
Yeah, I thought after Saturday something would happen. Even more significant than just, say, a new offensive coordinator. Like, I really thought it was possible, maybe even likely one of these guys would be gone, if not both. But I really thought it would be Bean ahead of McDermott, just the way everything was laying out this season with the roster, with some of the narrative you're describing. And it wasn't just the playoff. It came to a head in the playoff game because it was one of only 4 games in the league, or however 6 games in the league last weekend. And so it got a lot more attention than a regular season game would get. And that's just how it is in the playoffs. Everything's enhanced and elevated.
Sean McDermott is out after 9 seasons with the Buffalo Bills. And in those 9 seasons, McDermott did end the Bills' playoff drought. He made the playoffs in all but 1 year and won 5 AFC East titles, but never made a Super Bowl, let alone win one. The Bills, though, are keeping general manager Brandon Beane, who will not only stay on as the general manager and lead the search for the next Bills head coach, but will now also serve as president of football operations. For more on this, we do a piece up at our website, WGR550.com. And stay tuned, coming up in about a half hour at 5, Sal Capaccio will join the show to get us the latest on what is going down at One Bills Drive. And with McDermott out, that now makes, at the time, 10 head coaching openings in the NFL, though 2 of them have already been filled, that being the Falcons and the Giants. Over to the Sabres, they did just wrap up their early afternoon game down in Raleigh. They do fall to the Hurricanes 2-1. Postgame can be heard over on the Bet 1520, and for the Sabres, they're going to be right back at it tomorrow down in Nashville at 8. And then tonight, the end of college football for this season, the national championship at 7:30. Indiana looks to complete the undefeated season and capture their first national title in school history, while Miami looks to continue their return to national prominence and win their first title since 2001 and 6th overall. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Davis Webb and Josh Allen are best friends. Do you hire a best friend as the head coach? Now, from everyone in Buffalo, what they said was those last years where he was the backup for Josh Allen, Davis Webb would run the quarterback room meetings 3 days a week and say, okay, and then he went into coaching and has now been outside that building, fresh perspective with Sean Payton. There's a very good chance that Las Vegas or Baltimore hires him as their head coach, just 30 years old. He's in the mix at both those places. I wonder if Davis Webb being a hot name expedited this, and maybe that's why Sean McDermott is being sent back in today.
Peter Schrager, Bulldog, are you comfortable living in a world where the name Davis Webb is hot? Quote, hot. Because you do.
I'm going to have to acclimate, I guess. I don't know. Like, on the surface, of course, you should consider what is best for Josh Allen. I don't know that objectively what is best for Josh Allen is hiring someone he's personally close with to be his, ostensibly his boss. I'm not sure that's the best idea. It could work. I mean, if the guy's an offensive wizard and can maintain enough of the peace that McDermott has been so famous for. I mean, this team has had very little turbulence over the last 9 years. In the way of spectacle making, there were a few things. Diggs was maybe the biggest piece of that, and as soon as that started to become a problem, they carved him out. So it's been a pretty smooth trip, mostly. I think at least publicly, I don't know. I don't want to dismiss Davis Webb because he might be close friends with Josh Allen, but having that be the thing that would get a guy that job doesn't sound great to me.
Just hire someone else to be the coach and let Allen do the job he really wants, which is to run the draft. That's what I would say. 30 years old, Davis Webb, scoff if you like. Sean McVay is now the second longest tenured coach in the NFL, and he's still only 39. He'll be 40 this week maybe. But John Harbaugh, Tomlin, McDermott, like a week apart, these 3 weeks, that knocked out 2, 3, and 4 on the list of longest tenured coaches. Andy Reid is number 1. McVay and Kyle Shanahan are 2 and 3. And McVay is still not yet 40. Here's Kenny with us. Hi, Kenny.
Hey, guys. Thanks for the time.
Sure. Thank you for calling.
I have to say that I am not happy about the Sean McDermott news. And I would like to say that any Bills fans out there who are celebrating this news, you are probably a little spoiled by our success this decade. And maybe you don't quite remember the coaching carousel as well as I do from the drought. I mean, hiring a new coach every 2 or 3 years, blowing it all up, starting it over again, made us the laughing stock of the league. I certainly am not interested in going back to that. But as far as the new hire, my advice for Mr. Pegula would be, for your legacy, sir, as Bill's owner, you have got to get this one right. This has got to be the guy who can take us to the Super Bowl and win it. And nobody has time for a bridge coach, somebody who's going to be gone in 2 or 3 years. There's no time for that. You've got the best player on the planet at quarterback in his prime. You have got to get this hire right. No questions asked. That's all I got to say. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, no pressure. I mean, but I think that's right. That's the bar.
It's just like everybody would say that always. You know, of course, as a contender, at least, you would say that always. It really doesn't help me to know who it's supposed to be, and nobody can know that. But, of course, it's important. So, yes. Thanks, Kenny. Lino is next. Hello, Lino.
Oh, hi from Italy. Hi,
hello.
guys.
Nice to hear from you, my friend.
Hi, Chris. Yeah, you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I mean, I was blindsided by this news, but, we've done this before.
Well, I can tell you, across the ocean, we were as well. I just want to say that I'm really grateful for Pegula for giving us something else to talk this week. I was really scared that we would talk about whether he was a catch for the rest of the week and the month and whatever. So at least we have, maybe you're not, but at least we have something else to talk.
Yeah.
But of course we are shocked, and I think among Italian Bills Mafia as well, the idea that maybe Bean should have gone as well. But I wanted to ask a question, which we had a big debate between us. And my idea was that they had to get this right, of course, but at the same time, how much time do you give the new head coach? Because if you read the admirable statement they put out, it looks like they have to have somebody that next year is going to at least win the AFC championship. Otherwise, you don't make this kind of a change. And somebody else instead says, no, you've got to give him time with his Foster and the Cup. But if you make this kind of change, you have to have put somebody in that next year is going to get you over the hump. We can't wait another 6, 7, 8 years.
Well, again, thanks, Lino. Just like we said to the last caller, I think that's sort of the plan. That's what you're hoping. But I don't know how you sort of what do we do about it? What are we trying to do? Parse the field of candidates based on who can win in the next 2 years versus 5 or something like that? I mean, the Bills have come about as close as you can for a long time without winning, and so you would think whoever moves in would be have a pretty good starting point. But what breaks in the next couple of years? There's just so much that goes into that. I don't know how you sort of plan for that. They're not going to rebuild if that's really all that. If that's enough to say here, they're not going to rebuild, right? Like that's not on the table. There will be changes, but to be this close, got to think they're going to build make their changes, build their roster for next year with an eye on the present.
Yeah, you absolutely do not go into this expecting to need time for the new guy to ramp up. It might end up being the reality, systems and schemes and different things. I mean, if we're talking, we're talking about maybe everywhere. We'll see what happens with the offensive side of the ball. But if a new offensive guy is the hire, then that's the end of this system and Joe Brady. I guess he could be held over to teach a new system, but that would be weird and awkward. So you're talking new there. McDermott's out, so the defense is now, maybe you keep Bobby Babich, and that keeps you, some continuity on that side of the ball. But no, yeah, you're doing this because you think coaching in some way, shape, or form has been responsible for holding you back. So you're doing it to get over that hump, and it's like the last biggest hump there is to get over. It makes it it's an appealing job because you're immediately installed as a contender, but that can be an intimidating amount of pressure to walk into a job with.
Here's Gary next. Hi, Gary.
Hi. I was just appalled at when Pegula, made that comment, about Sean doing an admirable job. I just thought that was such a weak, pathetic comment. Without Sean McDermott, Buffalo wouldn't have a new stadium as far as I'm concerned, due to the success he had. And I'm just really, really ticked off at that comment.
Yeah, I hear you. Not to mention that the word that they actually wrote was admiral and not admirable, which is incredible that would have been written. By the way, in the little headline, that should be in the present tense. The Bills announce. But anyway, that's not why you called. Admirable is not a word. It's not sufficient to what McDermott has meant to all this, in my opinion, as well. I agree with you. Admirable. It sounds, like I tweeted, I think if you coached a middling team for 3 years and lost most of your games, but, you showed up on time and you didn't embarrass anybody, that's what they would call it. Admirable. Mm-hmm. But it's not kind. It's not sufficient. As I also tweeted, it reminded me of when I was being let go before I was being let go from my baseball job in Rochester in the 90s by the AAA team there, the Red Wings. I had a job at the newspaper too, so I couldn't broadcast all the games. I was, kind of part-time. But I was listening to their season-ending loss, and the play-by-play announcer got to me as he was saying his goodbyes for the year, and he said that I endured the ups and downs of the season. Or I'm out. I mean, that's not a compliment at all. It's just like I have to say your name, and here's a way to do it. Endured the ups and downs. Admirable. I don't know. Does Pegula really write these? The caller's like, how dare Terry Pegula? I never think that the owner writes anything. But maybe. He should be responsible for it. He has people for that. Admiral job? How does that happen? I guess it's not a typo in a certain sense, so your spell check doesn't
Right, it's
stop
a word.
you.
Yeah.
It's a word.
It's just not appropriate
so bad.
at all. Yeah, it's horrible.
Sean helped change the mindset of this organization and was instrumental in the Bills becoming a perennial playoff team. Even that seems light. So did the assistant offensive line coach. I mean, even that seems light. I don't know. What happened? Is it just a terrible job? It's not the first.
Right,
By
PR
a
wise,
Pegula PR machine,
right,
it's definitely not the first, but it's bad. And I don't know. Was there friction? So much so that we didn't want to say more, or we just didn't think to. Nobody advised him. Wow. Well, it's a joke.
Yeah, it's very sloppy, and does not fit the news today at all.
The wrong word is a joke. Not everybody would have to agree that it falls very short, like I do. Maybe you do.
I definitely
as far as
do. Yeah.
What it says about what McDermott accomplished with the Bills. I mean, it's record stuff. The winning percentage and division titles, it's kind of elite. It's just not, there's just not a championship, which is why we're here. Or maybe we would have been anyway. I don't know. 803-0550, Sean McDermott out as head coach of the Bills. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here. Sal Capaccio at 5. This is WGR. Stock up and save at Outlet Liquor as we ring.
But I do want to say I respect wanting to do something. I am surprised that they chose this, but I respect that they, you can't just keep going and going and going. It's been a lot of people have been saying that you were like that last offseason.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Even though the script really didn't fit that scenario that I think you described as I recall it.
Pretty close.
It still is a situation where can you just live with continuing to go? And I would mention, and it sounds maybe foolish now, maybe I should pretend I never said it. I never thought they would do this before they moved into the new stadium. I thought McDermott had earned enough of Pegula's favor and trust as the coach of this team, as successful as they were, and even as wanting as you were for the next steps. I never thought that they would make a move like this before that happened, and it makes me want to respect it. Hopefully it is with, the right reasons and good reasons, and they can attract and really attract. I think they'll attract the right candidates, good candidates, great candidates. Whether they pick the right one or not, remains to be seen. We're not going to know that for, maybe a year or longer.
Well, yeah, I was starting to say about this morning, like coming inside and having to process this. I mean, Saturday night, I was at wit's end about doing this job after that loss and this season, because it's another one where you can do anything you want with it. If you want to blame coaching, you can always do that. People always do that. You can blame the roster. Who was Brandon Cooks? Even what about it? Somebody else blames the refs, and then we just go, and Allen had turnovers, just go around and around and around. And you could hear it in my voice, or if not, or even my words on Saturday night. Like, I'm just dreading this reality. But separately, I did say before the season, I wanted to be somewhere interesting on what to do about this topic with McDermott. And I guess what I will say I won't be able to live with is losing in the playoffs again, giving up in the 30s. And it happened. And it happened against Denver, even. And it's just like, oh, okay, I guess I've already signed for this. I guess I've already said it, that if they lose a playoff game. Sean McDermott fired by the Bills today. Your calls at 803-0550. Try to get a couple in here. Sal Capaccio will join at 5, and then we'll go from there. The Sabres lost in Carolina 2-1. Good game, it seemed.
Yeah, I think they got goalied. This Bussy, relatively new name to me, just made a number of incredible saves.
Dexter Bussy?
I don't. Former Lions DB?
Very good.
All right.
Running back?
Running back.
Maybe?
I thought DB, yeah.
Maybe you're right.
Anyway, the guy, Brandon, I think is his name.
Brandon
Bussy. Yeah. He did a job for them today.
Chet is with us. Hello.
Hey, guys. I have a couple of quick points to make, I guess you could say. But I like Bulldog's point earlier, and I think McAfee talks about this on his podcast. The NFL is very much like a what have you done for me lately league. And I think that's the point about, maybe this year the McDermott haters are kind of like, well, it wasn't really his fault this year. Maybe the years past it was. But I think that's the big issue is that, with all the talent they don't have on defense this year, I thought he actually did a pretty good job coaching what he did have. And I think that maybe ever since the Von Miller trade, the reason why people are kind of mad at Bean is it seems like he's kind of been less active in making maybe a more blockbuster or bigger move. And I think that's kind of the big complaint is the what have you done for me lately, where Bean's kind of not getting anybody that people think we need for help, or if he is, they're just past prime guys we're paying, $10 million a year to, or $8 million, $12 million, whatever. And, I think that's just what we're kind of looking at now. Everybody's kind of up in arms is that I think he did actually pretty good this season, despite what he was given, where maybe in years past you would have been up in arms and okay with the firing. And then, I wish him the best. I kind of one of those guys who wish it was Bean as well. But
okay. Thanks, Chat. I wonder if he'll coach this year. There are openings.
Yep.
Does he want to take a break?
I did read one account asserting that he's already told people he intends to coach again. So I don't know if that means immediately, but yeah, there's enough openings. I think if he wants to, he'll at least get interviewed.
How hot is he? I know we just broke up. Shows up with like he's gone the Ryan Day to the beard and just sort of new me. I don't mean to be flippant, but I don't know. Like, is he? I didn't think John Harbaugh was a great get, and I know a lot of people thought he was. I just thought at 64, without like a specialty, like a offensive mind guy being one of those, I didn't think he was had to be given the ranch.
I think he's an attractive candidate if you feel like your entire organization needs what the Bills needed when he was brought here, which is a cultural reset. I mean, based on what he did do here, that I think, it got harder and harder to make the case for how important it was as the quarterback played at an MVP level and they became Super Bowl contenders. That sort of got left behind, and I think that assumes a lot that everything would just be great because the quarterback's here, and I don't know that that's ever been entirely fair, but a team that needs that, if there's a team out there that's craving that, is that the Raiders? I don't know. For his sake, I would hope Sean McDermott would hang up if the Raiders called, because I'm not sure you can get that done there with the ownership.
Tennessee?
But maybe Tennessee, maybe. Although
Cleveland?
I think they should look. Cleveland, yes. Those are all ideas. To me, that would make sense.
Man,
Tennessee should be looking for someone to try to make Cam Ward work, but they could use the other thing. That might outweigh it.
It's a new world, right?
Yeah.
We've never had that conversation. Where's his next job?
Right.
How long is he here for? It wasn't that long ago we were talking about what happens if the Bills are 16-0 going into that Jet game. Didn't happen. Oh, man. Sal Capaccio coming up. His takes on this shocker today, or at least somewhat adjacent to it, and Saturday's loss. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog. Football Monday continues here on WGR.
The Buffalo Bills have made a change at head coach. Sean McDermott is out after 9 seasons in Buffalo. And in those years, McDermott ended the Bills' playoff drought. He won 5 AFC East titles. He only actually missed the playoffs in 1 year, but never made a Super Bowl, let alone win one. With this, though, the Bills are keeping general manager Brandon Beane, who will not only stay on as GM and lead the search for the next Bills head coach, he will also now be serving as president of football operations. For more on this, we do a piece up at our website, WGR550.com. And do stay tuned. We'll get the latest on the Bills as Sal Capaccio joins the show next. In other NFL news, Seahawks running back Zach Charbonnet is going to miss the remainder of the season with a torn ACL. And then we have some coordinator news. The Lions have their offensive coordinator, Drew Petzing. And then in Kansas City, all signs are pointing to a reunion with the Chiefs and Eric Bieniemy, with Matt Nagy expected to get a head coaching job this cycle. To the Sabres, they do fall in Raleigh this afternoon, 2-1 to the Hurricanes. Next up for the Sabres, though, they're right back at it tomorrow at Nashville with puck drop at 8. And then tonight, college football, national championship. Indiana looking to complete the undefeated season and capture their first title, while Miami looks to continue their return to national prominence and win their first title since 2001 and their 6th title overall. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Sean McDermott let go after 9 years. His final game, Saturday's tough overtime loss in Denver, 33-30. Yesterday, the Bills pretty much wrapped it up for the season. I, for one, was not in tune with that because it was a Sunday and a day off, and I had a thing with my daughter, and I was just not in the mood, frankly. Yesterday I took a day away from it. In fact, I watched only about 2 out of 8.5 quarters of the games.
Oh, wow.
Last night. I caught the end of the Bears game, which I was lucky to do. Sal Capaccio with us now here on the West Her Hotline. Well, Sal, today is that day. No time spent on our station speculating about it this time other than what postgame was. It's done. The Bills made the announcement this morning. How surprised were you?
Very. Did not see this coming. Anytime I would be asked about this over the last, month, 2 months, year, whatever, going into the season, especially lately, we all go on these national shows in other markets. We are asked this question, if the Bills fall short, how safe is Sean McDermott? And my general response has always been this. Hey, I've been around this long enough. Nothing ever completely surprises me, right? You just have to know that could happen. But at the same time, I never thought Terry Pegula would have an appetite to do this. That's been my general response. He has what most NFL teams covet, which is a GM and a head coach that seem, for the most part, aligned, although I do think that part of this, what happened today, is probably a bit, of a fracture of that in some capacity. But he has that. And they're very successful together. He's also in charge of a hockey team that's had changes, and they can't make the playoffs, and they're trying to do that. He's also got a new stadium opening. I just never thought that we would be here. I'm surprised about it.
Yeah, I would make the stadium point, too. It was never my favorite point to make, but I thought it could be a factor. And the fact that, well, I guess, it's possible I was just dead wrong about that all along, or that he felt compelled to get past that because of whatever happened here, whether it is some fracture that's the word you just used, between the GM and the coach. Or I wonder this, I brought this up with Eric Wood late in our conversation last hour, Sal, because I know how I felt watching New England dispose of Houston yesterday, and now they get to go to Denver to play the Broncos without Bo Nix. And maybe Terry Pegula felt like, I think maybe a lot of Bills fans thought, like, that was supposed to be us at home in the playoffs. If not the 1 seed, still home like we always are. And, afforded this incredible opportunity now, a red carpet walk to the AFC title game. I mean, no offense to Jarrett Stidham, but, come on. And that maybe, like, for me, that compounded my frustration with the way the season ended.
Sure. I mean, I think we all feel that way, right? I mean, I'm feeling that way. Like, why are the Bills not in this game coming up? Why are we not talking about, going to New England this week to play an AFC Championship game? But, I don't think a move like this is made because of a reaction to losing to Saturday. Not that you're saying that. I think that this feels to me like something that had been probably, in the works, or at least thought about in some capacity. I don't think it's made in a vacuum, like, okay, you lost here and there were mistakes made or whatever. I mean, one could argue this has been one of Sean McDermott's better coaching jobs ever, actually, this year, to get what he got out of this roster, to allow 16 points on 5 turnovers, really 13, because one wasn't even, defense didn't have a chance, right? They were on the field, and the last play of the half, it was just, turn the ball over and kick a field goal for Denver. So there's nothing there that could point to it, but I think that this is an accumulation of probably things that have happened. So we won't know. We haven't heard from Brandon Beane yet. We're going to do that at some point this week. We'll see the tone of that. We'll hear that. But I do think that this has got to be something that at least has been discussed, talked about, and, planned in some capacity that this might happen.
Like I said, I was detached yesterday. You were attached. Mm-hmm. Did you sense at all? You say you were surprised already, so I know that. But, like, did you get any sort of vibes from the players or even, like, between the media members was there any talk about this happening yesterday?
So locker cleanout was yesterday. I heard you guys talking earlier. Let me just fill in some blanks here. First of all, a lot of the media was still coming back from Denver, so they just weren't able to be there. Okay. Right? So you're getting a little bit less of what you normally get with media being down at One Bills Drive. Some media literally just landed and drove right to the facility. Some were still in Denver, coming back at the time. So you got less people there, and even the outlets that you had there, some were not the normal reporters you would get there, and it'd be somebody else from that particular outlet. We get there. We don't know ever what to expect on locker cleanout, other than it's an open locker room. If you find somebody you want to talk to them, you can go ahead. However, every year we do get Josh Allen at the podium, and we were expecting that to happen. Then we were told that wouldn't be happening yesterday. Josh wouldn't be speaking. At that point, I think I would tell you that several of us were wondering, okay, is there something going on behind the scenes? And I don't even know. Like, Josh was having, I'm sure, like all players, they had exit physicals, right? And Josh has been pretty banged up, as we all know. That could have been a part of it. He could be talking with, Sean McDermott or Brandon Beane or somebody in the front office, Terry Pegula, whoever. Maybe this is something that comes up. Maybe has nothing to do with it. He's still processing everything. He was very, very emotional after the game on Saturday. So I don't want to lean all into reading anything into there, but I do think that caused us to start thinking a little bit about it and just to kind of talk about it a little bit.
Makes sense.
Yeah, the first inkling I had. And look, I didn't act on it. I didn't say anything and I didn't think I ever said anything in my house to my dog. But when I woke up yesterday morning and found, and these don't have to be connected, I'm just telling you what my process was. Saw that McDermott had called the press box back to elaborate on how upset he was after watching the replay of the interception numerous times over. I just thought, well, that seems odd for him to have done that.
Like desperate.
Yeah, and I wonder if he's feeling some degree of heat or something. But, again, they don't have to be connected. But that's the first time I thought maybe something is going to happen here. And I just sort of put it off to the side, and by the time I went to bed last night, I really wasn't thinking about it. I was still thinking about how to explain interceptions that are interceptions and throw catches that aren't catches and down by contacts and all the other crap that went on, not just in the Bills game, but then the other games yesterday. And then, obviously woke up and saw the news. So, I don't know, blindsided is too strong. I respect that something needs to change at some point, but I just didn't really see this coming.
Very unique circumstance, and something that I had never been a part of or know about, that Sean did that. So just so everybody's clear on, how it works, we were in the locker room after the game. we went into the press conference. And by the way, Sean was much, much later than normal coming into his postgame presser. You guys were on the air, right? You were on the air?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not. So you know that. He was later than normal. And there's been times he's been late. When he got there, he was very passionate. I thought even then, Bulldog, where he stopped after answering a question to say, I'm standing up for Buffalo, that was the first time I thought, is there something more going on here? Is he saying that because he's trying – like I texted a couple people and said, do you think he's saying that because he's trying to show that he's still the right guy to lead this organization and be the face of it? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, is that part of what he's doing here? And, but beyond that, I'm doing the job and trying to get the quotes and write an article and all that. So that was my first time thinking about that. Then – we get to once I got on the plane itself, that's when I got a message from Jay Skursky. And so everybody understands the operation here. In every single market, every single city, there's a designated reporter basically who's in charge of what's called the pool report, which means when there's something that happens that everybody needs to hear about, like the referee, right? When you talk to a referee, one person is to do that, and then they distribute it to the rest of the reporters, the pool of reporters. In this case, McDermott had called Jay, and Jay is the Pro Football Writers Association vice president. Joe Bisceglie is the president here. So it's either one of those two that could, but he called Jay, and Sean can call whoever he wants, but that's who he called. So Jay, because of his position, said, you know what, I'm going to make this available to all of the media members and not just a one-on-one with Sean McDermott that he called me. And, we appreciate Jay doing that, but that's the first time I'd ever been even involved in a situation like that.
Well, it all possibly illustrates where his head was and his feelings were after that loss and what degree of finality there was. But more at the root of things, if there is a root, Sal, through the season there have been times, and usually Bulldog is there to this before I get there, but I've respected this train of thought that at times McDermott has made comments, and you've spoken to this, that might make you wonder if there is a fissure between himself and Bean, like if there's a problem. And that really maybe came to light, especially before the Jacksonville game, when he was talking about Jacoby Myers all the time. Like, all right, well, that or the deadline, different times. I mean, really goes back to the beginning of the season where you could have, painted a picture that they were not simpatico anymore. So I don't know if we're here today speculating about that, and it seems reasonable to do that. Would you say that there was some amount of good reason to be doing that all season?
Yeah, I would go back even to the offseason. Different points in time, combine, owners' meetings, times where we've had discussions with McDermott and or Bean, and just kind of clues you pick up on. And I will say there was nothing outward, right? Nothing from anyone that would say, oh, we're not on the same page. But I would compare notes, we would, in the media with my colleagues. And there was a bit of, well before the season started, from a lot of us going, I wonder if they're on the same page on this or that. And just seems like maybe they aren't. And nothing too sinister or anything like that, right? Just more of that stuff that started to creep in a little bit. So I think we were a little bit more on alert for it this year. And then what happened, right? Which is you get to the season, and especially at the trade deadline, and the first big thing that happens to really kind of get you there is Bean doesn't make any moves, and then he's very, very frustrated at the post-trade deadline press conference, and he says, when asked, do you have a championship roster? He says, yes, he believes he has a championship roster. 3-4 days later, the Bills get blown out essentially in Miami. Sean McDermott is asked, hey, Brandon Bean says, you still have a championship roster. Do you agree with that? And his answer is, I love the guys in that room. I mean, that was the first thing that kind of put really it on everybody's radar. And then after that, it's every kind of, time that he would talk about things like the Jags, Jacoby Myers. He even brought up Greg Newsome, being traded there. So yeah, I think at the end of the day, for me, where I fall on this though, guys, is we could talk about alignment and those guys being on the same page for the most part for the last 9 years. Of course, there's going to be times where they're not. Of course. I think that they've always pretty much understood that they're better off with each other than without each other, despite any disagreements they ever have, because they come to a consensus and they're successful together. And that's what the job is. And that's always been appreciated, because I think that happens in any city, in any market, in any structure of any organization, which is you're not always going to agree, but you have to make it work for the betterment of the organization. And it just felt like it came to, hey, 9 years of that, and maybe there were times where now you're seeing it differently, and the timeline of where Josh Allen is, where the organization is, the failures, and that weighs on everybody in some capacity, and that it ultimately came to maybe it's better that we're just not together anymore.
Yeah. I do think, I mean, you already alluded to how emotional Josh Allen was after this game on Saturday. I don't think in a vacuum that's why you make a change, but I think to see him and other players were equally emotional. I saw a lot of Brandon Cooks, Deion Dawkins to name two. You know, openly sobbing might be a little strong, but still, there were tears. That's not something I think you should ignore. You know, especially from Allen, that he was that gutted after that. Sure, he can feel bad because, you know, he made some, you know, key mistakes, especially that fumble at the end of the first half that led directly to a field goal that you already mentioned. There's no, you know, there's no defending it unless you can block the kick. You know, if the guy makes the kick, you gave them 3 points. So on one hand, I understand Allen feeling bad, but to the extent that he was emotional, I would want to make sure that I respect that as an organization. Like, he's the most important guy, like physically and mentally, emotionally in the organization. And if he seems broken, then maybe I have to respect that maybe I'm broken.
I understand that. You know, Sean and Josh have a good relationship. I think it's evolved over the years. I think Sean was at Josh's wedding, right? I mean, like they I think have become close, you know, personally. And I think that Josh Allen really, really respects and holds Sean McDermott in a lot of high regard. But if you're an organization that's looking at all of that from the not only 30,000 foot view, but even, you know, very more intimate about all of that, and you see that, then sure, maybe that's possible. I don't buy anything about, I've heard people say and believe maybe that Josh knew this was coming. I don't think that at all, right? And it's also like it's like the draft pick thing where, well, Josh Allen's on board with the draft pick. Yeah, he's not making the pick. You know, I mean, I don't think he's not pulling the trigger here necessarily. He's not making the call on. But I do think, on Sean McDermott but I do think you probably at least have a conversation with him and say, look, I mean, this is where the organization is and what we think right now. I mean, he's going to be 30. We know that they've fallen short. He's making $55 million a year. He's under contract for the next 5 years. He's the most important person in the organization. I agree with that.
Jeff Hafley, the Packers defensive coordinator, is reportedly being hired in Miami to be the new head coach of the Dolphins. As young as we all are in this process, sometimes it ends quickly too, Sal. Do you have a favorite idea for McDermott's replacement that you like, or even a type of idea?
Yeah, type. I mean, there's names that you can talk about, but I've maintained this since the beginning, and I'm going to continue to maintain it. I'm surprised, but I've always said, but if the Bills do this, I think there's only one of two ways they can go. Number one, a head coach who's already won a Super Bowl. You can't have a coach for 9 years with 5 division championships, a couple of AFC championship game appearances, have a lot of success, and fire him because you didn't get to a Super Bowl or win one, and then bring in somebody who's had a lot of success but didn't win a Super Bowl. It just doesn't make sense. I think you have to have either A, that guy who can shine a ring and say, I know what it takes. I've been there. I can lead you to there because I've seen it before and I know what it looks like. Or the second one, if you're not going to do that, is a very bright, probably young offensive mind who gets kind of his first shot maybe, or maybe second, but probably first shot, and say, okay, like we're doing something totally different here, and we're going to go with a new kind of way of thinking. And this person hasn't won, but they haven't had their shot, but they are really smart and really bright, and we're going to do this. That's like, to me, anything else is basically looking and feeling the same as Sean McDermott, and I don't know if you can do that.
How about the loss, Sal? I mean, it goes on the list. There's always a list anyway, no matter what kind of game it is, these season-ending playoff losses. But this is right up there with a chance to go up 8 or even potentially 9 in the fourth quarter. It ends up being 4. Denver scores. The Bills get a field goal after that, the back and forth in overtime. Obviously, a couple of controversial calls. Where do you sort of start with regard to Saturday's game?
I start with 5 turnovers. Obviously, I've watched that play many times over. Brandon Cooks. It was right in front of me when it happened. When it happened, I couldn't tell you that he caught it, but after a minute or two and listen to Chris and Eric and say, wait a minute, he might have caught this, and then seen it on replay on the sidelines with the CBS people that were there and the monitor was there. That's obviously something I think it's a big factor here and should have been looked at more and maybe should have been ruled a catch. But I say you don't put yourself in that position. You can't turn the ball over 5 times in any NFL game, let alone a playoff game on the road. It's just a recipe to lose. And that's what happened in this game. Josh did not play his best game. He made some great throws, by the way. It wasn't like he was terrible.
No, that's right.
He still made incredible throws.
You can be a great player and make great plays and have a bad game. And I think that's
exactly right.
I think that's what happened on Saturday.
Yeah, and not taking care of the ball at the end of the half there, that's on him. He's got to be able to do that. I don't blame the Bills for being aggressive with 16 seconds. Again, we'll go back to, we've had this conversation before about 2 years ago in Philly. Bills fans lost their collective minds when Sean McDermott wasn't aggressive in the rain with 20 seconds left, right? I mean, come on, what are we doing? So you can't have it both ways. But that's and it just piles on the collective heartbreak in the cruelest of ways for Buffalo sports fans, obviously. But I start there, Mike. It's 5 turnovers. That you can't do that.
To still have had such a good chance to win anyway.
Right. Yeah, amazing, right? Amazing.
It's just right in keeping with so many games, not all playoff games, in the last 6 years. The proverbial game of the year that the Bills lose. It wasn't quite that, but still back and forth, games in the 30s. And that's it. That's it, ultimately. I mean, maybe there's more to it politically, but like I said Saturday night, you just got to win one of these. You got to get through it. And you could always look at a coaching decision, a player's play, a mistake, a penalty call, anything. There's always so much to choose from. 150 plays were running this game on Saturday night. But it's too often that the Bills fell short in the same kind of situation where I think if you don't agree with it, fine. But I think this can be justified because it's just been almost every year has ended like this.
And I think that accumulation is probably what helps lead you to today, right? Which is, the decision to fire Sean McDermott. So, I totally get that. Just a couple things to kind of touch on here that on top of my mind. When the Bills put out their statement today, we also learned that Brandon Beane got a promotion. He's now the president of football operations, along with being the general manager. My thought is, so that means 2 things. Number one, the structure of the organization pretty much changed today, which is normally it was McDermott and Beane reporting separately to Terry Pegula. It feels like now that I think what's going to happen is the new head coach will report to Brandon Beane. So that will be a difference in structure. It's something that Terry has not done in hockey, right? Hire a president of hockey operations. The second thing is they do have 2 assistant general managers, Brian Gaine and Terrence Gray. I do wonder if this is he will hold the GM title temporarily and through the draft because he's been a part of the draft and with all the intel and running the scouting departments and even scouting players himself. And then maybe after the draft, he only becomes the VP of football ops. And then you make one of those 2 assistant GMs the general manager.
Could be. Well, we have a lot to talk about here going forward. Thanks for today, Sal.
You got it, guys.
That's Sal Capaccio on the Wester Hotline. His appearances are always brought to you by New York's only outlet liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet?
We'll look for your calls next, 803-0550. It happened. Sean McDermott is out. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here. Football Monday on WGR.
The Buffalo Bills make a change at head coach. Sean McDermott is out after 9 years on the job. And in those years, McDermott started off by breaking the Bills' playoff drought. He made the playoffs in all but 1 year, won 5 AFC East titles, but never made a Super Bowl, let alone win one. With that, though, the Bills are keeping general manager Brandon Beane, who will not only stay on as general manager, he will also lead the search for the Bills' next head coach and serve as president of football operations. And for more on this, we do have a piece up at our website, WGR550.com. In other NFL news, mainly hiring news, the Dolphins find their next head coach, Green Bay defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley. Hafley has been the DC for Green Bay the last 2 seasons, and before that was the head coach of Boston College from 2020 to 2023. The Lions have their offense coordinator, Drew Petzing, and then Eric Bieniemy is expected to land back in Kansas City as their offense coordinator, as all signs point to Matt Nagy landing a head coaching job in this cycle. Sabres had an early afternoon game today down in Raleigh. They do fall to the Hurricanes 2-1. Sabres, though, are going to be right back at it tomorrow night when they're at Nashville. Puck drop will be at 8 o'clock tomorrow. And then coming up tonight at 7:30, College Football National Championship. Indiana looks to complete the undefeated season and capture their first national title in school history, while Miami looks to continue their return to national prominence and win their first title since 2001 and their 6th title overall. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
The timing is so weird to me because if the thought here is we're going to go offense, and I would be surprised if they make a switch from a defensive coach who I thought did a hell of a job with limited tools on defense, this is not the year. Last year, Ben Johnson, Liam Cohen, think about some of the previous years. There are all these exciting offensive minds. This year is not the season in which I want to be out there needing to hire an offensive coach. Kevin Stefanski's off the board too now. So I just don't think this was the right time to do this. I just don't.
Mina Kimes, the Bills back in the pool for a head coach after 9 years, largely very successful from Sean McDermott before ultimately each time ending in pretty bitter disappointments. And that very much includes Saturday, the overtime loss in Denver. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here, Football Monday, taking your calls at 803-0550. It's all wide open as to how this goes. I mean, they had their locker clean out yesterday, but there's no update or clarity today on candidates or press conferences, anything like that. Just the one unfortunate press release that referred to McDermott's work as an admirable job. Even the correct word, admirable, is really stopping short when it comes to him, in my opinion. But they don't have to agree with that. Still, it's a really bad mistake.
Yeah. I agree fully on both counts. I think he deserved more like what Baltimore sounded like. I mean, I know that there's not a Super Bowl here, and John Harbaugh had that, and he was also their coach for, roughly twice as long as McDermott. So, with that comes a certain amount of more emotion, I guess. But yeah, I think it's worth noting that they're not scheduled to address this, right? I mean, Baltimore did that. They didn't have a new coach in place. They still don't have a new coach in place. They sat down and explained, at least the owner did, why we did this.
A week went by.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Because didn't Mike Tomlin get fired or resign while he was talking? And they brought up Tomlin?
Yeah, that's right. It did. You're good. Thank you for straightening me out on that. Maybe rushing the where are they.
But it's later in the cycle now, so you don't want to wait a week before even going as far as to have the so long Sean McDermott moment. Here's Steve next. Hi, Steve.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Okay.
I'm going to make a quick comment and hang up and listen to what you have to say. I think a head coach candidate coming in is going to look twice at this job. Tell you why real fast. It's almost been said that the candidate has to win the Super Bowl in the next year or two. He's facing a roster full of holes, no cap space, meaning he's got to rely on the GM, who I think is kind of weak in drafting. And one unspoken thing is Lamar, Mahomes, and Burrows all missed the playoffs, as we know. So I think those guys and those teams are going to come back with a vengeance next year, making it a little more competitive. And then finally, the new coach has to deal with a QB, JA-17, who, maybe feeling his oats a little bit, either getting impatient or, flexing a little bit because of his coach killing capabilities, if he had any influence in that. So all in all, a difficult job to go into. Thanks for the time. I'll listen to you. Bye.
I think the most difficult thing about the job is the immediate pressure to go to the Super Bowl. And that might not be everybody's favorite thing. It is a pretty unique circumstance. But, I think Baltimore is in the same boat. Like, that hire is meeting the same expectations, I would think.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not unique to Buffalo, but, that could offset how attractive it is simply because of Allen's presence, that the pressure is right up to 11 already.
Here's John next. Hi, John.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. And I'm going to respectfully disagree with Steve. And I'd love to hear your opinion as to where you think our job ranks among the, what is it now, 7 openings? And my opinion is I think we're the most attractive job out there, and for 3 reasons. Number one, you've got the best quarterback on the planet. Every head coach, that's what they want. Number 2, we have a talented roster. Sure, we've got some holes, but I don't think it's anything that can't be fixed with free agency, a trade, a really good draft, and a good coach. And number 3, you come in here, and if you win the Super Bowl, you are an instant legend for all time among one of the best fan bases in the entire NFL. So I think we're in a good position. I hated to see McDermott go. I liked him. I was a fan, but I got to the point, like a lot of people, it's like, hey, where the rubber hits the road, you got to get it done. And he didn't get it done. So, much respect to him, much appreciation for what he did to make us relevant again. But here we are, and I think we're the most attractive job out there. And I'd love to hear you guys' thoughts on that. I appreciate you taking the call.
Okay. I guess I'm not sure I know them all by memory. I mean, Baltimore seems pretty good. Vegas, Tennessee doesn't technically count because they still have Mike McCoy listed, but that's going to be somebody. Miami's filled. Pittsburgh is another one. Arizona. Who am I forgetting? Whatever. Sure, it's appealing.
Yeah, I mean, I just covered the other side of that coin, to the previous caller, and you presented the case for the pro side, and I think both can be compelling. It's just, not everyone's going to love the bar being set at Super Bowl or bust, walking in the door. Like, that's tough. I mean, how have we been living the last few years talking about the Bills and living with the Bills? It's like, just get me through the season. All that really matters is how the Kansas City game goes in January. Well, as it turned out this year, there was no Kansas City game in January. There was a Denver game in January and a Jacksonville one before that. But that's a pressure cooker. But, with that comes the opportunity to be, like the caller laid out, like you're going to be a hero. If you show up and, do what McDermott couldn't do, yeah, I mean, there's statues in your future.
I think most of these coaches wouldn't really think of that as important. What you want is to be going to a place where winning is realistic, or it's not unrealistic that you could really win. And so the Bills check that box. I mean, that's obviously true, I think. They have, largely thanks to Sean McDermott, increased tremendously in credibility in this way. So if I'm a candidate, I'm not like shunning them, but I'm also not concerned with statues. I want to win. I want to stay employed, and I have a real chance there. So I think the Bills meet that criteria. Cleveland is one I didn't mention. They have an opening too. Let's go to Chris next. Hi, Chris.
Hey, how are you guys?
Good.
I've never been on the McDermott's got to go bandwagon, and frankly, at the end of this season, I felt like he did a great job with the pieces he had. The Bills did not get outcoached on Saturday, they got outplayed. McDermott did the best he could. My view has always been, the issue to me was Bean and Brady. The only question I had is, I'd heard stories or, rumors about, McDermott sort of having specific ideas of who should be the OC, who should be the DC, and, just sort of implying that part of the issue was you had to sort of be a yes man. And I'm interested to hear if you guys have heard anything like that, or if you think that could be part of the reason why it was McDermott who ended up being the guy who had to go, as opposed to being here, a guy who I think people have criticized correctly for not sort of giving Sean the pieces he needs to get to where he needs to go.
I don't know. I don't know what the extent of the politics involved here would be. Whether they were in their relationship was in disrepair, or whether one or the other, probably not Bean, it seems, would have had a problem with Pegula or vice versa. I don't know. But I think when you're the owner and you have decided to make one change of the two, in a vacuum, the coaching change is easier. It might not be cheaper, but it's easier, because then your GM runs your coaching search and there is still a person in the organization above coach. It's never, I think, unless you're talking about a legend, best to have your coach be sort of maybe even come in above the GM. And that's how it seemed for the Bills for a while, but the two seemed so aligned that it really never or hardly ever came up as an issue. But so I think if I'm the owner of the team and I'm older and I've got a hockey team too, and who knows how many other ventures, I really just kind of want to leave it to someone else that I trust. And that's easier to do when you put it in the hands of a GM versus a coach. I don't know what more there might be to it. A lot of people today are talking about how it was Bean that needed to go of the two, and I think that that's a fair enough comment. But I think if I'm the owner of the team, I want to have it sort of trickle down. And if all else is equal, then I make this move. And, in fairness to Bean, and I guess with respect to McDermott, it is right that they have lost these close games year after year after year. Whoever's on the team, these games are like right there to get them, and you have Allen, and they're not getting them. And that's where I got to on Saturday night, not even thinking about a possible coaching change, is like people calling in about the officials. Like, it's just a little bit too many times, too frequent. We're sitting here every season trying to make excuses for how they're losing this game and these games. And it's not always wrong, these points about refs, but there are also, as every football fan should know, countless calls that get left by the wayside against either team every week. And then you get to overtime, then you get the ball in overtime, field goal wins it, and you don't get your field goal. Well, that's the Cook's play. But still, I mean, they're in third down on every series in overtime. Like it's sort of the whole season was just very stressful and strained. And if you want to, you can do a lot of things. If you want to draw a conclusion that reflects on coaching, I think it's fair enough to do that. So did they have enough talent? Probably not. Like, that was a talking point all year, not just locally. But these playoff games are winnable games that the Bills have found ways to lose barely every year. And, if somebody wants to make a coaching change in that setting, I can't kill them for it.
Right. I do, in the end, respect it. Even if it's not the move I would have made, because I think more heat, rightly so, had been directed at Bean this year. I still, at the end, respect that they want to do something different because this hasn't worked yet. So they have. And furthermore, on the relationship, like this year was the first year that I ever got any kind of inkling that McDermott wasn't just rubber stamping everything Bean did, because of the way he sounded frequently about roster choices. Again, it was subtle. I mean, he wasn't like roasting anybody behind a microphone, but there were breadcrumbs dropped all year, and a guy that's directly involved in those choices would not be doing that.
Right.
So that was always, it was startling to me to hear him like that. But I think it was evidence of some split of opinion on some of the choices that were made.
Seems right. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here. More of your calls to come. This is Football Monday on WGR. It's against Denver, sorry to condescend, but still, it's not Kansas City. Like, I guess at some point you have to draw a line, and now I'm sitting there going, but these turnovers and the injuries and other things. I mean, they lose Trey White for one play, and it's a touchdown.
They lose the replacement safety, like their third string safety, replace him with a fourth string safety, and that's only a handful of plays, and that's a touchdown.
But you can't go on forever.
Yeah, when you said that Saturday night, I pushed back on it. Like, I'm not ready to hear that this is the defense's fault with all these giveaways. But still, I mean, it ended up that something had to give, and this is what gave. Yeah, the reason I think I said stunned at first and said maybe that's too strong is because yesterday, for me anyway, when I woke up and saw that McDermott, and this is probably just circumstantial. Tim Graham, for one, has written a piece that says, as of yesterday morning, he believed he was safe, according to sources. There was nothing that he thought was happening. So
who thought was happening?
McDermott, that he wasn't like I'm in trouble here.
Well, that's questionable.
But when I got up Sunday and learned that he had called the press box back from the plane or whatever the machinations of that were, like he needed to talk more about the Brandon Cooks play. I got a little worried for him. I like, is he worried? Like, why is he protesting this much? It turns out that's his last act as the Bills coach, is complaining about officiating, which I don't love for him. Mm-hmm. But there was a little bit, as much as I didn't think that this was in the wind, recognizing how he was acting, which to me was very much out of character. I shouldn't say that's wrong. I don't know this man and his entire ethos, but like, as the Bills coach, I was surprised to hear him protesting that loudly, and a second time after his postgame.
End of an era. You know, that it's a cliche, and a lot of coaching changes, other changes get referred to as an era. This really does feel like one. I mean, this was 9 years, and it spans from a long period of time where the Bills were just not anything outside of us, you know, just like meaningful in a league sense, couldn't make the playoffs for so long, to now where what happened? I mean, casual fans, if not serious fans, want to know, like, what, how, why? And I think probably it's, at least in some part, they could only get to the second round or even the third round. Like, it was, the standard was so completely reformed under McDermott. And so onward for the Bills with Josh Allen and Brandon Beane and whoever else. But that you start the clock at when McDermott was hired. You know, not even when Pagula showed up, because he hired Rex.
Right.
And that was 2 years of silliness. So it's when McDermott showed up and then Allen the next year, you sort of start the clock there. And who knows how it'll feel in a decade, right? Whether it's a continuation or it's something quite different. They're moving across the street, though. We know it'll look different in that sense. Let's go to Lou here next. Hi, Lou.
Good evening, gents. It's been a long time. The last we spoke was in August of 22, right before I moved to North Carolina. It's really nice listening to you folks. Shocking day. But I just want to throw two things out there and hang up and hear what you. First of all, when you're watching the best player in the NFL at a sports podium crying, and you're the owner of this franchise, you're seeing there's a huge problem here, and that had to be a huge influence on this. The second thing is, but I think the question a lot of folks want to know, who was responsible overall for the hiring decisions for this roster? How much influence did McDermott have? I have a friend that's in the North Carolina system up here for the Panthers. Apparently, there's a lot of talk that Beane was indebted to McDermott. And we see by the drafts and a lot of free agency acquisitions that it was always heavy on defense. And a lot of these defensive players never really came through. I really want to know who made the decisions on the drafts and the hiring. I'll hang up and hear what you guys have to say. And Bulldog, John 5, man, great Telecaster player. You folks have a wonderful day.
All right, Lou, thanks.
Were we listening to him during your call?
I don't think that was John 5. Yeah, this just came up a few minutes ago. The end of the last segment, I finished with, I thought prior to this year, there was more of a collaborative effort about the choices that were made with the roster. That includes draft picks and free agents, and even re-signings. But the way McDermott handled himself during this season sort of made me think to reevaluate that and reconsider that. Because I don't think he would have sounded the way he sounded about certain choices that were made and players that didn't get here and ended up elsewhere at the trade deadline or at other times if he were someone who didn't have, a considerable say in the matter. So I feel like there was more of a separation there than I ever thought, largely circumstantially because of the timing of their arrivals. McDermott was here first, and then Doug Whaley after that 2017 draft, and his staff were all let go, and in comes Brandon Beane from Carolina with a previous relationship with McDermott. And yeah, like look, the caller said it, like that Bean was, indebted to him for bringing him here in the first place, and that would mean that McDermott was more in charge of the relationship and therefore the entire organization. I think that was a mistake on my part now, looking back at it.
But it's somewhat fluid, though, over the years.
Right. I just feel like it grew apart here. And who knows if it could be any number of things. I raised the possibility, Eric Wood disagreed, that how the coaching staff and McDermott specifically handled Coleman, maybe that chafed Brandon Beane because it made him look bad, especially after going nuclear about the receivers and the choices that he made and the organization had made in this draft and previous drafts. Kyrie Elam never really got the job. He was always behind Benford right from the hop and never carved out a spot for himself. That's a first-round pick. That reflects poorly on Bean. Maybe he felt like Sean wasn't giving these guys enough rope and a chance to establish themselves as good draft picks. I don't know. I'm speculating.
Yeah, it seems reasonable, logical theories. We'll be right back after the update to talk some more. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog, WGR.
On our show. That had me yesterday thinking, like, is something up? But then nothing happened yesterday, and I just wasn't expecting to wake up today and find out that this was what was going to happen.
No, myself either. If it's going to happen, sooner is better than later. I mean, just get on with it. You've got 8 continuing coaching vacancies in the league. You've got candidates, big names. And it's been a long time for us with this, but for as long as it lasts, there's you have to thread the needle on, especially when it's sort of the gravity of McDermott having been the coach of the team for so long, sort of analyzing and respecting that. And then also, okay, like the time is right now for replacing him, I guess. This is the sooner if you wait a week to ponder whether to do this, you've probably lost out on some of your options. So now it's also it's can you believe it, and why did it happen, and should it have happened, and all those conversations and questions, and then it's also okay. Well,
who's on my list?
Who's next?
Right.
Who's next?
Right. And there is some timing to be considered there. Like Clint Kubiak, for example, is a name that's been already mentioned. I don't know how prominently. I just know I've seen it 3, 4, 5 times this afternoon since this news broke, and there's been more and more people offering opinions about it. He's the offensive coordinator for Seattle. They can't talk to him until they lose now. Or win. Right, if they lose next Sunday, then they can talk to him right after that. If they make the Super Bowl, they have to wait until after the Super Bowl. That's the way that works. Like, that window is now closed for coordinators that are still alive.
So here, this one candidate comes with his own set of, stratagem. Like, just do I want to wait or do I want to, move on? And I don't know. Like, some of that is who else is available.
Right.
I mean, a couple of the more obvious ideas are not ideas where I would feel like I have to succumb to them, to put it one way. That's Brian Daboll. That's Joe Brady, or, quote, Davis Webb. I mean, like, what? But, how much say does Allen have? And these are offensive names. Some are more familiar to us than others, but all have traces to the Bills, to say the least. I don't know. It's like this is all happening right now.
Yeah.
I mean, you have offensive names and offensive names with Bills ties. Then you have like a legends bracket if you want to go to like
Mike Tomlin. I don't think Mike McCarthy's exactly a legend, but whatever. He's won a Super Bowl. If they're after that, there is that category. There is guys who've won. Maybe not that recently, Tomlin and McCarthy, both. You got to go back a long ways to find their Super Bowls, but they have done it. So if that's what you're interested in, you got those guys over there. You've got the names that have ties to the Bills, like you mentioned. Then the other bracket is, maybe up-and-coming offensive minds. Kubiak's on that list. The Rams passing game coordinator. I've seen that name. Is that Scheelhaus? I've seen.
Officially make a change at head coach. Sean McDermott out after 9 years in charge. And in those years, McDermott started by ending the Bills' playoff drought. He won 5 AFC East titles, and only 1 year were the Bills not in the playoffs under his tenure, but they never made a Super Bowl, let alone win one. And with this, the Bills are keeping general manager Brandon Beane. He will not only stay on as GM and lead the search for the next Bills head coach, but will now also serve as president of football operations. And for more on this, we do have a piece up at our website, WGR550.com. In other NFL news, namely in the hiring sense, the Dolphins have found their next head coach, Green Bay defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley. Hafley had been the DC for Green Bay the last 2 seasons. Before that, he was the head coach of Boston College from 2020 to 2023. And then some offensive coordinator hirings. The Lions get theirs in Drew Petzing, and Eric Bieniemy is expected to land back in Kansas City as their OC, as all signs point to Matt Nagy landing a head coaching job in this cycle. Sabres had some early afternoon action today down in Raleigh. They do fall to the Hurricanes 2-1, and they'll get right back to it tomorrow. They'll be in Nashville with puck drop at 8. And then coming up tonight at 7:30, the College Football National Championship. Indiana looking to complete the undefeated season and capture their first national title, while Miami looks to continue their return to national prominence and win their first title since 2001 and their 6th title overall. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Mike Schopp and the Bulldog.
The Denver Broncos take the AFC divisional playoff 33-30, and another season ends in disappointment for Buffalo.
The Buffalo Bills made the decision to move on from Sean McDermott. We talked about it. It's been going around in league circles, the fact that this could happen. It is official. They informed him this morning.
I understand the move. I think the world of Sean McDermott. He's a great coach. But when you go into a season that has the second easiest schedule in the NFL, which is what the Bills had this year, you don't have Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, or Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs. If you had given that scenario to Bills fans, you would have had them all booking their tickets to Santa Clara, saying, we are getting to the Super Bowl. They don't get there. Because of that, I understand the move.
It's Mike Schopp and the Bulldog.
It is an all-time opportunity. The quarterback, the market to make history. You're immortal, and it's open. This is not the Falcons' job. It's not the Cardinals. It's not any of the jobs. This is the job right now if you want to win a Super Bowl, and it's wide open. It's incredible.
On WGR, Sports Radio 550.
I think maybe the most interesting aspect of how the Bills go about hiring Sean McDermott's replacement is what will be Josh Allen's role, or what it should be. You know, Sal's always like right there with guys. He doesn't make the draft picks, and he doesn't pick the coaches, or these kinds of things. I didn't say this to Sal earlier. I would say that no, I mean, he's not the trigger man, or however Sal puts that, but I think he's involved, and I don't know that that's bad. I think I'd want that. Mm-hmm. I think I would definitely want that here, and I would never maintain that the decision is solely his, like just with the draft. But I think you would want, in a healthy relationship, healthy situation, you would want him, especially coach, more than even the draft thing. The draft thing is maybe more frivolous, like whatever. But with this, you don't want, do you? Would you want somebody that he has no personal experience with? Can that be something you can sort of build from ground zero here, be it someone young or older?
We're talking about Bean with the new coach? What
I'm talking about Allen.
Allen, okay, sorry. Okay, I missed something there.
Somebody he doesn't know at all gets hired. You know, that might even itself be a little bit of a hurdle to clear, but just you want to keep it rolling for the most part here with him. You want to win 12 games again and have an MVP candidate again. And, you know, this could end up meaning Brady, I suppose. But just good, or Daboll, but somebody that it's not completely starting from scratch. And if it's an older, experienced coach, then that might also be somebody that Allen would be certainly familiar with and maybe even have a connection to as well. But if you name somebody that we don't know of any sort of link between him and that person, yeah, I think that's probably a strike against somebody, that person. Does it have to be? No. I get how you're thinking, but I said earlier when Davis Webb came up as an idea that him being described as a close personal friend of Josh Allen's, I don't feel like that's healthy either. Familiarity and respect, one thing. Best friends, I don't know if that relationship, I don't know that I want that relationship, because I think there has to be some tough love in there. And I don't know, not saying that friends can't do that for one another. I just think it's hard. If you're emotionally tied to someone that way prior to the working relationship, I just think that has the potential to be awkward. But again, I'm not ruling anybody out. It's my first reaction to hearing that and hearing this guy Webb described that way is, yeah, I think I want to look somewhere else. But, he might be exactly what they need. What do I know? Also 30 years old? I thought all along, the way the wind was blowing this year, that we'd be talking about Bean being out today, if anything, not McDermott. So I need to recalibrate my wind reading skills, because they were way off on this one. Ricky is next. Hello.
Hi, guys. Thank you for taking my call. First and foremost, appreciate everything you guys do. I was on the same boat of, I thought Bean was going to go because he didn't get no help and stuff. You guys blew my mind with the Sean McDermott making all these decisions that listening from you guys the first time. And I don't know what to say anymore. So I'm just going to ask you guys a question. Could Daboll be back? And do you think Sean McDermott will get a job somewhere else before the end of the beginning of the next season?
Certainly possible.
I think yes is the answer to both of those. I think if McDermott wants a job, I think he'll get a job. And I think Daboll has to be in the mix. He fits the criteria that you just laid out, but not to the extent that they're like the best of friends or whatever, however Davis Webb was described. And there's ties to the area and there's success previously as the offensive coordinator. I don't know. I don't love that idea either.
I don't really either.
Daboll, to me, is just not that buttoned up. And his temper, I think, can still be a problem. And, I can listen to a guy learns his lesson from the first go-round, but he's only a few months removed from the first go-round. So, I don't know. I'm not in a hurry to get in that line either myself.
I completely agree.
I would prefer an offensive mind from outside, but that gets you into what you just described. Like, does Josh Allen know anything about Clint Kubiak? Do they have any kind of a relationship? I mean, if you care about that, then that's something to consider. I don't know that they do or don't. But that to me is a prominent up-and-coming offensive mind in the league that, is poised to maybe go win the Super Bowl this year as the coordinator.
Seattle.
That guy is usually pretty sought after. I mean, maybe that's a fit. I don't know.
Yeah, like that's somebody that I think, Alan, you'd certainly know of, but maybe even have met and worked with in some capacity before. It's a legend kind of name, legacy name in football. Mm-hmm. But that could be somebody where this is the difference maker. Like, what kind of connection have they made before? I don't know. Let's go to Cody next. Hi, Cody.
Hey guys, how you doing? First of all, thank you very much for taking my call. First of all, I want to say that Sean McDermott's been nothing but a class act here in Buffalo, and I hope that he does best in whatever he does. And the little his goodbye that he just said to us was really thoughtful and a class act. But when it comes down to this organization, I don't think we can hire Joe Brady. I think if you're going to burn it to the ground and burn it and try to build back up, you have to go with somebody like a Davis Webb, which isn't necessarily my first choice, but I can understand that. I personally like Cliff Kingsbury myself, but I do think we need to go offensively. But I'll turn it back to you guys. Thank you very much.
Okay. Kingsbury, KK. Same with Clint Kubiak. Clint is with a K. Mm. His brother is named Clay, also with a K.
I did, and I saw his name as not attached to the Bills, but like maybe consideration for some coordinator jobs or something. I don't know.
Lucky you if your dad was a coach.
But I saw that. I'm like, oh, there's another Kubiak?
I've had enough Kubiaks, but this guy's doing really well, it seems. Seattle guy.
Yeah.
They look awesome on Saturday. We were in here with Postgame, but
by the time we got done, that game was over.
By the time we got done, the game was over. By the time we got started, it was almost over because they scored 17 points in like 5 minutes or something, and they just played the Niners and gave up 3. Here's Eric next. Hi, Eric.
Hey, guys. How are you? Thanks for taking the call. So I'm kind of thinking about something going off of what Sal Capaccio said earlier and kind of Bulldog, what you just said. An offensive-minded guy, and Sal mentioned also, first and foremost, someone who's been to the Super Bowl, someone who's had an appearance in the Super Bowl. And as much as it pains me to say it, Mike McDaniel from Miami, who just got released, he's been to a couple Super Bowls, I think with Atlanta and San Francisco, and he's pretty smart when it comes to offense, and I just thought maybe that might be an opportunity.
I like him as an. I'm gonna sit in here and say I don't like any of these ideas because I feel like I'm over here. I'm in danger of going just 0 for the day on ideas.
It's still day zero.
Although I do like the Kubiak idea just fine, by the way. So I want to be on the board there. I don't know. I like McDaniel's mind. I was rooting for him in a way because I liked that he was so different and his style was so different. I would just have a very hard time myself. And this is not to say what the Bills might be thinking, but for me as an observer to go from sort of law and order culture guy to a guy that seemed to not be able to get that right at all in Miami, despite his offensive acumen, just seems awfully tough. Unless you think that part is just going to run itself now because McDermott left the template and the guys know and they'll police it or whatever. I don't know, man. I'd be really worried about that. And I don't know, you made a point. I'll let you make the point about him and, the Miami Dolphins and how the Bills have treated the Dolphins.
Yes. Well, I don't think that gives McDaniel enough credit for keeping it together in Miami. Like each of the last 2 years, it was he's getting fired and it's over. And they did, rally in each case. So he must have had not too bad of a negative influence on his players because they kept playing for him. I would say that. I just think it reminds me of Rex when the Bills hired Rex Ryan, which I thought was kind of a cool idea. I thought it was worth a shot. But when I wasn't feeling that cheery about it all, I'm like, you had to go, you beat this guy so badly, you had to go get him as the coach of the Jets. Like there was that game in Detroit, the Bills played the Jets, and they won 38-3 or something like that. Hey, I'm finally beating a team with a coach all the time. I got to go get him. Like, what sense does that make? And I think that's McDaniel too. I think I think Sal kind of nailed it. You could go a couple of different ways here. Young, exciting, Kubiak-esque kind of coordinator, that guy, and I think they can sell that. I think Bean can sell that. It was time for this quarterback to get sort of linked up with somebody that can open him up and do more with the offense for as good as he's been. I think they can sell that. And then I think they can also sell legacy. I think they can also sell older coaches who have been there. I mean, McDaniel, it's not a stretch per se to say he has been to Super Bowls, but he was a lower assistant. Like McDermott has been to a Super Bowl himself with Carolina as a coordinator even. So, you might find a lot of guys who've done that as an assistant, but somebody who's won it, I mean, those guys exist. There are a few names. And I think that would be also something the Bills probably can sell if that's where they go. I mean, do you want names? I mean, you know the names. Gary Kubiak is one of these names. How do you like that? Bam. Beat McDermott in the Super Bowl.
Mike McCarthy is one of these names. Mike Tomlin is one of these names, and I want nothing to do with it. See, I'm back to I hate every idea that comes across my desk.
Gruden,
yeah.
Hope not. Bill Christopher Parker Belichick. What about that idea? There's a name. I think he went to a Super Bowl.
Yeah. How about Nick Saban? No Super Bowl.
Nick Saban.
Get him out of those. Get him off of those Verbo ads.
Which are I think they're good.
Oh, the one with that one where it's 255. I know.
Yeah.
That makes me laugh every time.
I like it. He's in the hot tub.
It's good. Yeah.
I like those ads.
I don't really care for him much, but I like the ads. He does a good job in those ads.
Jimmy Johnson.
Wow.
Bill Cowher. Who are coaches who have won Super Bowls? Marv Levy did not win one. Just throwing out some names. Who else? Mike Holmgren.
I guess I don't.
What happened to that guy?
I guess I don't want to think of it.
What happened to Mike Holmgren? Has anybody ever thought of that idea?
Riding around on a motorcycle somewhere or something. Holmgren.
Yeah. Brian Billick. Actually, there are a lot of these guys now that we are talking this out. So Super Bowl.
Did Mariucci ever win?
No, never made it. As a head coach, never made it. But hey,
George Seifert still alive?
George Seifert. I think yes.
He's got to be in his 80s.
Still. Marv's 100. 85. Yep.
All right.
Well, we're just this is how it starts.
We're naming some
guys. You get that board up and you start writing down names and numbers and you got to that's how you start a process like this, I think. Bob is next. Hello, Bob.
Hey, guys. If there's one thing that I'll miss about Sean McDermott, and I know he can get lambasted for this, but he's kind of boring in the best ways. This town, fundamentally, for the last 10 years, has had a problem with how general managers and head coaches have communicated to the fan base. Devin Adams with the palm trees, Brandon Beane lighting up the morning guys. You never saw that from Sean McDermott. And for that, I think that there's a lot of credit that needs to be given to that. But I also think if there was one thing that we saw, Sean was definitely willing to adapt his game management, going for it, certainly layering more into the advanced analytics and stats. But at the end of the day, the personnel and the defense didn't change in 7 years. And you can't tell me that he didn't have a hand in that. And that's the same defense that finds a way to give up 30-plus points in the postseason every year. At a certain point in time, when you bring in guys like a Puna Ford, a Tim Settle, the expectation is that you're able to use those pieces and make the defense better. And somehow every year we wound up with Jordan Phillips, Eli Anku, a bunch of guys who couldn't start on any other team in this league but Buffalo. And conveniently, those are the people running to Instagram saying that Sean McDermott's the greatest coach in the history of the world. And I understand and I respect that, but at the end of the day, his refusal to bring in new parts to the defense up until the point where he was forced to make a couple safety changes, and it still took 2 years to get one of the safeties correct. One of the safeties is still not correct. That, to me, is an indictment of the coach. And when the offense looks the way in which it does at this point, it's time to make that change. And I really wish Sean the best, but I think in terms of where the NFL is going, we need a young offensive play caller. You saw it in Jacksonville. You see it in Chicago. You even see the benefit of what's happening with Sam Darnold in Seattle, and that's where it's got to start for me. It's got to be Kubiak. And you find him and you pair him with a experienced defensive coordinator. I'm hoping for Jim Schwartz selfishly, but at a certain point in time, the system has to work for the players that are the best players, not for the system that Sean wanted to run. And I don't think Bean deserves 100% of the credit, or 100% of the blame, rather, but he's going to look like an idiot when he goes on TV shows and has the ego that he is. Somebody just needs to tell these people, chill out, relax.
Okay, thank you. By the way, the Bills have just had, for the last couple of years, a young play caller on offense.
That's right. That's what Brady's resume was when he took over. He was thought when he got hired here as quarterbacks coach. That was fresh off of Carolina, which dinged him, but LSU prior to that. And yeah, he was a bright young mind. It still probably is a bright young mind. I thought he had an excellent game on Saturday. There were a number of plays that he called. The Hardman touchdown, there was a third down to Knox where, I mean, you scheme guys open, there you go. that happened quite a few times on Saturday. So whatever that's worth, if I don't know, you're not going to judge him entirely on how Saturday went, but I thought he had one of his best games.
What about Dungy, former Super Bowl winning coach? Tony Dungy.
I don't want to say anything dramatic about running down Hurdle Avenue in my underwear or quitting, but I cannot stand that Tony Dungy still exists in the NFL media world. I cannot stand him.
There's Mike Shanahan, by the way. Another name for him.
Also got to be in his 80s.
I don't know if 80s? Mike you think?
Yeah.
I'm going to bet the under on that. 80? 73.
Oh, wow.
Way off.
Wow, that's terrible.
What about Jim Caldwell? Didn't win it. Got there.
Yeah.
I'm just really... You got to do this now, folks. In a week, this will all be over.
Probably. I mean, it might go on a little longer than that. I mentioned earlier, just logistically, if you're wondering, like, you know, when is this all going to fire up? When are the interviews going to start? If they are interested in anyone on the Rams, there's a passing game coordinator whose name has been sort of not at the top of lists, but like getting some attention and getting some traction. Clint Kubiak, offensive coordinator of the Seahawks. One of those teams is going to lose in the championship game on Sunday. Then you can talk to that person. The other one has to wait until after the Super Bowl. So those are the rules, at least as I understand them. So if they're targeting Clint Kubiak and they win the NFC title on Sunday, you're waiting until February 9th or 10th or whatever date the Super Bowl is before you can even talk to the guy.
Yeah. Doug Peterson was brought to my attention as well. Fairly recent, even.
You'd love him because he wears visors.
Yeah. That's it. My entire criteria is just what do you wear on your head? Hi out there. Eric Wood with us earlier talking about the big news today. Sean McDermott out. We'll get his thoughts on that, where the Bills go from here, and Saturday's loss in Denver. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog Football Monday continues. This is WGR.